All right, well, we can get going. And I don't see anybody who has not been at a recent Community Board 8 meeting. So I think we can skip our usual pre-meeting reminders. But if anybody needs help navigating Zoom, please just chat me.
Terrific. Thanks, Will. Well, welcome to Community Board 8 Budget Committee meeting. I am hopefully not about to log out of this meeting, excuse me. I am Felice Farber, co-chair of the committee with Billy Freeland. We had a request to take the items out of order and address first the issue of funding a couple of additional requests out of the community board budget. So Billy, I'll let you take it away.
Great. Good evening, everybody. My name is Billy Freeland, co-chair of the Budget Committee. Thanks for joining us tonight, even if it happens to be during a Yankee game. That's a sign of your commitment, or perhaps that you're a Mets fan. I'm not sure which. We're going to start off, and as Felice was mentioning, we're flipping around the order tonight to accommodate a request we received to first talk about budgeting for Tuck Edelstein, and then second talk about the Arts Committee budgeting, and then we'll end this evening talking about the district needs statements. I wanted to start off first on the zoning issue in front of us and the budgeting for Tuck, who's been basically preparing and has submitted a proposal on the rezoning for 210-foot height cap in the eastern part of our community district. And at our prior meeting, for those who weren't there, we discussed how, as a budget committee, we wanted some greater insight into the work that Tuck's completed to date, doing that analysis, but also on the anticipated scope of work going forward, since we've been asked to contemplate budgeting for his continued work. Recently, and I just want to make sure I'm pulling up the right thing, Elizabeth Ashby, who's one of the co-chairs of the zoning committee, passed along a report that Edelstein had provided us. And I don't know, Will, is the plan to pull that up on the screen or link it, or?
Well, what is your preference? I can do both, and I can make both available. So if that's what folks would prefer, then that is easy to do.
Well, I think it may actually be easier to share it on the screen just so that we're sort of looking at it together, but I don't know if anyone has objection to that or if there's an issue with. Okay, let's put it on the screen.
Okay, I'm gonna pop it in the chat here as well, but I'm gonna put it on the screen for everybody if you just will hold for one moment. Just gonna share my screen.
And while Will's doing that, is someone here from the zoning committee planning to speak to it? I don't know, Elizabeth, if that might be you. But in the meantime,
are you seeing this screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It starts with 2019 date up here. Okay, great.
So yeah. And before we hand it over, and I'm eager for sure for someone from zoning to speak to this a little bit. My understanding is that where we are right now with this project is roughly in phase 2. And someone will correct me if I get this wrong, that that Edelstein has submitted the pre-application statements of phase 2. And my understanding as well is that over the last several years, we've budgeted significant amount of money, more than the phase 2 allocation that you see on the left there of $20,000 to $30,000 for use by Edelstein Architecture PC. My understanding also is that the question sort of before us now is that now that we have discretionary funding, or at least an understanding what the discretionary funding from our council members, Keith Powers and Julie Menden, will be, which is $15,000. How do we want to allocate that for the year ahead? So in our prior meetings and votes on the budget for the community board, we did not allocate money for Tuck. I believe, I don't want to mischaracterize. I certainly know this was my view, and I think others on the budget committee felt that we wanted a bit of a better understanding of the future scope of work and what was anticipated in the year ahead now that the pre-application materials have been submitted, whether Edelstein will be doing any work in this fiscal year or not, whether we know that, and so forth. So hopefully I've somewhat faithfully described what brings us here right now, but maybe I'll turn it over to Elizabeth Ashby. If Elizabeth, you're planning to speak to this a little bit, if you want to walk us through the document we're looking at on the screen.
I think that the cost is right there. I sent it to every member of the committee, and I sent Tuck's explanation. I also sent the ULURP chart to show you what the process is and the description of getting the application certified, which is the part of the process that we're in now. This is a long history. It started probably 10 years ago when we were getting all these complaints about these huge buildings on 1st, 2nd, 3rd in York, which are the only avenues or wide streets on the Upper East Side that don't have height limits. So starting with Ben Kalos, and he gave some money to get a planner to start working on, at that stage, preventing these tall buildings. And when we examined the problem and examined what was happening on the avenues, not only were we getting all these really outsized buildings, we were losing all our affordable housing. So we determined that the best way to solve the problem was to have zoning special districts that would govern those avenues. And we proposed a height limit of 210 feet, which is the tallest height limit on the Upper East Side. The prevailing one, Lexington, which is narrow, is lower, but 210 is the prevailing height limit on the Upper East Side, so has considerable precedent. They protect the small building. We protect the small buildings and tenements, and therefore the people who are living in them, we're protecting their homes, and dealing with the loss of local mom and pop retail and service stores. That proposal has the support of the board. When Alida, I see Alida's here, she was here. In 2019, we filed the first application. The board supports it, and the board is the applicant on this proposal. And we need to continue this. This does something that is badly needed. The board wants it. The board's the applicant, and scope of work now. We're now in the stage where the planner will be responding to comments and suggestions and requests from city planning. So we can't say, well, they'll be doing this on 1st and that 2nd and that 3rd or whatever. It's a response stage, but the little that the City Planning Commission has to describe it was sent out to you. So I hope that the continued support of this necessary proposal will be funded. And we're just asking now for the next year to go ahead with the next $19,999.99. And I know that there are people who've been working on it, and I don't know if Anthony's here yet, but Gail Barron was very much involved, along with Alida Camp, on the funding the last time. So she will have a great deal of very important things to say, as will Alida and probably a lot of other people. And I know that Michelle Birnbaum has been involved and has asked that if she can't be here, that her statement be read to the meeting. And so I will hand it back to the chairs to select the speakers. I'll be here.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And perhaps I should go ahead and read Michelle's statement into the record, since she asked us to do that, before we turn to any other speakers. I also wanted to, add, whether it's context or a question, I'm not sure, but maybe someone will be able to help clarify this, is that my understanding is that for both Tuck, and it may also implicate city rules, for him to continue doing this work for us, he needs a contract, and there, as I understand it, is not a contract. And a question I have is, does that contract require $20,000, $15,000, or does it simply require a nominal amount tied to it that we could budget to it to make sure that he remains essentially around when the time comes that city planning has those questions and he needs to respond to them. So that's a little bit of my understanding of what is happening around Tuck and the need for a contract and the need for us to potentially budget something toward that. I'm going to pull up Michelle's statement in a moment. I actually have it here. It's a little bit lengthy. Why don't we first go to, first hand I see is Alida Camp. And then after Alida, I'll go ahead and read Michelle's statement.
And Billy, to answer your question from procurement rules specifically by the city, you just need a contract. If you go to a contract that's over $20,000, you have to have a competitive bid that involves getting solicitations from or sending solicitations to MWBE businesses or contractors. So as long as you're budgeting less than $20,000, you do not need to go through that competitive bid. Does that make sense to answer your question?
It does. And I guess, do we know whether there's any rule around if we contracted him essentially to have him on retainers, the way I think of it, anything about a minimum amount of budgeting, whether it has to be, right?
You could pay a bill for a $5 worth of stamps if we needed to.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no minimum amount that we can pay a contractor, I guess. Something.
Gail Barron is the expert on this, along with Alida.
Well, why don't we go ahead and turn to Alida?
Alida, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you. Actually, I'll go, if you don't mind, really going out of order, and to Judy and Craig and Anthony, who also have their hands raised. I don't know about everyone else. If I could just cede my time right now to Gail, and then if you come back to me, I think that would be probably helpful. Would that be all right with everyone? And with you, Felice
Sure.
and Billy?
No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. To go back to a little bit of history, actually, Billy, we did have a procurement contract. We went out with a proposal that also went to MBEs and WBEs. Tuck did respond. He was the successful applicant for the contract. The problem was that if anybody has ever looked at a city contract, it has about 100 pages of what can happen to a contractor if something goes wrong. So he was rather leery about signing that contract for $30,000. We were in the
25.
process of awarding it to him. He decided that that really didn't make as much sense. So he asked instead if we could move forward with the letter of agreement similar to the agreements that we had had for the previous couple of years. And at that point, he was then given the letter of agreement for $19,999. We now have basically are moving from the pre-application to through the pre-certification process. As Elizabeth points out, you can't just say, well, we'll wait until city planning comes and ask us questions. They're not going to be proactive on their own to do so. We have to have somebody in place who now goes forward with city planning and says, okay, here we are, here's our proposal to date. What are your questions? Now that we're at that point moving towards certification, we're going to find out what questions they have. One of the reasons that the application has not been dismissed by city planning is because of the concept of trying to preserve the tenements. One thing that city planning is particularly concerned about is affordable housing. So our move forward is, as Elizabeth points out, not just trying to keep those super talls from just proliferating throughout the entire neighborhood, but maintaining a quality of life, having affordable housing, keeping the local retail in place. So it's really rather simple that we're at that point that if we were to not have Tuck being proactive, going to city planning, the longer we wait, the more buildings on 3rd, 2nd, 1st, we all know the locations that are being flattened to the ground and are being replaced with super talls or with structures that will not have affordable housing, will not have the retail. So this is why it's really essential that we move forward. I know there was also the question, it costs a lot of money. We can see as we start to get to phase 3, the community board's not going to be able to finance that. We feel very confident that there are organizations, associations, preservationists throughout the entire city that once we get a positive sign off from city planning, that we are going to be able to get that money in place without doing anything that is in violation of city rules and fundraising and all, because organizations have spoken to the co-chairs of zoning and development, to others of us, and understand that the whole concept of trying to have reasonable infrastructure and having adequate housing is really essential. So I think that holding off, and particularly holding off for what basically is 15,000. If we take the 5,000 from Keith, the 10,000 from Julie, similar to the 10,000 we've gotten in the past from Ben, and then it's a matter of 5,000 coming, just under 5,000 from the community board. And I know that somebody, and I couldn't come to the last budget meeting, said that there was a concern that when we have a full complement of staff, we won't have any money left over. But sadly, now that Zach, who was terrific, has left, I don't think that that should be an issue either. I think that we should take the money from our council people. We should allocate it to Tuck. And what we can do is ensure that he will give us reports, letting us know where he stands with city planning, what their questions are, what their objections are, and create the type of dialogue and written paperwork for the entire budget committee, the zoning and development committee, and the board to be comfortable. Thank you. Let me know if there's any other question or anything I've missed.
I would like to clarify a couple of things. The first contract that we put out to bid was for 25,000, not for 30,000. It was, Tuck did get selected. He chose not to go with that contract because he wanted the city to be the liability for him. If he did anything illegal, that the city would defend him. And then he wouldn't sign that. And he also wouldn't sign that he couldn't retain the intellectual property rights to anything he created. And the city doesn't do that. So he did actually still sign a full-on contract with us. It was not a letter of agreement, it was a contract. And then as for taking money out of the budget from not hiring Zachary's replacement, I would like to hire Zachary's replacement in the next month. So I don't think that you're actually going to find $5,000 out of not having him for basically 2 paychecks worth. But Billy, please, back to you.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Maybe now's the right moment. And Gail, thank you for that history. I think that was really helpful. Maybe now's the moment for me to read in Michelle's statement. And then I do want to kind of get around to hearing what others have to say. And then maybe Felice and I will have some questions for folks. But here's what Michelle wrote, and she regrets that she couldn't make the meeting. Michelle Birnbaum says, and I'll read this on her behalf, as the committee and the full board along with the community expressed overwhelming support for an effort to require 210 height limit along York, 1st, 2nd, 3rd Avenues so as to maintain our small businesses, tenements, affordable housing, and our light and air, which are all threatened by the development of super tall structures. Continuing this effort is in accordance with what we all have supported. The neighborhood preservation organizations support height limits on these avenues. Our council members have allocated funds to our board in order to financially support the effort. The CEQR cost and process are carefully outlined in the original contract documents with our planner and were reviewed carefully by members of our zoning committee and the board office. The concern of a few that timely invoices were not forthcoming could have been easily remedied by our board office requesting these. We have no evidence that these were intentionally withheld or that there's any sinister intent. I'm sure discussions during this meeting about the process going forward will calm any concerns and result in a protocol that is open and informative. Our architect and planner has forwarded the relevant documentation to the board office for distribution to the committee and any board members who request them, and he will attend the October committee meeting so as to address any concerns, any questions members might have. This is Billy again, just taking a second. I'm not sure whether Tuck is here or was planning to. Now I'm back in Michelle's voice. This is very important, a very important preservation project and one that many have worked very hard on over the years. It has the support of the full board, and to change intent midstream would be inappropriate and irresponsible. If some have any misgivings because of what they perceive as the lack of current documentation, they should look to the office and to themselves to determine why they have not followed the expenditures more carefully and followed up as they thought was needed. I think if we believe something is missing, we need to take responsibility and ask. Michelle concludes, fund this project. I'll note she put 3 exclamation points there. It is one of our most important as it has implications that are far reaching. Our voices need to be heard on the height limit issue. Thank you. So that's Michelle Birnbaum's statement that she wanted me to read into the record. Having said that, Alita, do you want me to turn back to you? Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to mention one thing for history, excuse me, and another contemporary. For history, when I was chair, I met with Elaine and Elizabeth, and possibly Gail was there, a couple of other people, I think, as well, with city planning. And when we were leaving, what city planning said to me was, and it took a bit of effort to get them to say anything at all in terms of supporting our application, was that if we could show them that we would not lose affordable housing by putting a height limit on the buildings, that they would work with us. And I think rather to the contrary, what George Jane showed, because we had commissioned a study on the loss of affordable housing, or actually what was going on with affordable housing, because we suspected but had no idea, we've lost more affordable housing units than any other district in Manhattan. And we know that the buildings come and they demolish demolish buildings with rent regulated units. We're losing affordable housing, as Gal's mentioned, as other people have mentioned. So what I think we could very easily establish for city planning, that rather than losing affordable housing by chopping the height of these buildings. We would be gaining affordable housing because maybe they wouldn't be so interested in tearing down the buildings if they were limited in terms of height. Clearly, the apartments at the tops of these buildings are the money makers and generate huge amounts of income. And we know that they are not really even for New Yorkers. So I wanted to give you that bit of history that city planning said they would work with us on that basis. And also, when I was sitting at the CB8 table at our art fair, persuading people to sign up for our email list, I mentioned a couple of committees that we have a wide range of committees covering many, many different interests. And I mentioned women and families and youth and education and transportation, none of the committees that I chair or co-chair. The one thing that people said when they said anything at all was their concern about the tall buildings going up everywhere, next to them, across the street, behind them. So that was an area of concern to a number of people at the art fair, and that was just a cross section. It's not people who choose to come to the zoning and development meetings. It's not people who choose to come to housing or other kinds of meetings. These were people just out for a walk or a stroll and looking at art, and those were the comments that they made. And since I hadn't mentioned zoning, they came entirely from them. So that's all I wanted to say. And then just one more thing as well. It's really hard to get people to stand up and be willing to work for the community as opposed to developers. Developers pay lots of money. They have lots of resources, communities don't, and people don't want to lose opportunities to work in a more profitable or lucrative enterprise by becoming solely attached to the community side of the development equation. So that we have talk is a good thing. It is very hard to find people who don't have either a conflict or are willing to stand up and work with the community board in this way. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for the opportunity, Felice and Billy. And as Gal is, I'm also here for any questions if you guys have or anyone else does at any point. Thank you.
Thank you, Alita. And I don't know about Felice or other committee members. I certainly have a few questions for the end here. Given tonight's agenda, including going over the district needs statement, I'll just say this. I think it's not for us as a budget committee, I guess, to second guess this board's support both for the height limit and for Tuck's efforts. I think a big question of ours is just getting an understanding about budgeting, what's been allocated already, what we can expect in the future, and what is the need right now. Is it $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $5? Is it about a retainer? Is it about the need for a contract? I'm a little bit previewing one of my questions for later, but I think that's where perhaps our focus should be for the discussion. But anyone's happy to comment about anything germane to this. Judy Schneider, I think you're up next. If we can unmute Judy.
Hi all, thank you. I want to thank you all for your comments and your explanations. I think I understand, and this, I don't know what this is. It's not a proposal, but I guess a statement of what's necessary that we'll put up that Edelstein will be doing. I guess my question is more about having been in architecture and design for 40 years, is more about the process and the paperwork part of all of this and what Tuck has been doing. On this thing that Will posted, my first question would be, maybe Anthony, you would be the one to answer some of these questions. Are we in what is called phase 2 now on this project which says $20,000 to $30,000?
Yes. Well, no, not really.
3?
No, we're
in phase 1. What are we?
Phase 3.
Oh, we're in phase 3. So
we have a full application before the Department of City Planning.
City Planning. Okay, so I guess I understand the board voted on it. This is something the community wants, etc. But when we're talking about these kinds of monies, I think that we need to also look at,
From NY City Hub.
I think we also need to look at where is the funding going to come from? Now, in 2004, when I was a board member at that time, we did a 197A plan. And the whole board voted on, Elaine Walsh was chair of the committee, on how we were going to raise funds, how the funds were going to be processed through the board, because the board really didn't spend things like $200,000 or $150,000. And we had a whole board discussion. And at that time, it was recommended that we have a not-for-profit handle the money for us, and that whatever we raised would go to that not-for-profit. So one of my questions is, apparently large sums of money will be involved. Where will they be coming? How will they be coming? I think that's something that the board, not just a committee, the committee can put something together, but I think the board has to be acquainted with it, and I think we all need to vote on it. The other thing is this work that Tuck's been doing. Does he submit bills? Does he write up any kind of reports that are given to the office? The work that he's done, that we're paying him this $15,000 or $20,000 for. How do we know what he's done for to date? Whenever I hired somebody in architecture to do work for me as an outside contractor, they always submitted bills, they submitted reports. We knew on a monthly or quarterly, depending on how it worked basis, what they were doing. So my next question, Anthony, would be, do we have any paperwork like that? And if we don't, shouldn't we be getting that? So I'm looking more, I'm not questioning what we're doing. I'm looking more at the process of how we're doing it. And does there need to be something more? And then I'll just make one last comment. I hold with Will. I don't think, Gail, that we can take money away from somebody that's needed in the staff. If Will is looking to hire a staff member to do this, I'm not saying don't go ahead with the project, but I just think that's the wrong way to get additional funds. We'd be better off asking elected for more funds. That's just my personal point of view.
Judy, I mean, Gail is gesticulating wildly. No, that's not what she meant. What she meant, I believe, and she can nod or shake her head or
What she is.
What she meant was that the amount of money that the effectively Zoning and Development Committee is asking for is not a significant amount, and so it's and now we shift from me speaking for Gail to me speaking for me. It seems to me that yes, certainly we should have better, maybe is the wrong word, better control over what it is that Tuck does. And not so much what he does as how he communicates with the office, which is to say, Will, and with the committee. He talks to us about what he's doing. Frankly, we have been in the Zoning and Development Committee not as involved in his billing as perhaps we should be. I mean, even just to the point of nagging him to send bills and notes about what he's doing. The fact of the matter is that this is, as an architect, this is a relatively insignificant amount of money overall when you consider the amount of work that is required to actually pull together the application, which he did, having to deal with us on the committee and everybody else in terms of getting the language right, speaking more on many occasions with city planning. And we initially intended to create the two we initially thought that we were going to ask for the two zoning special districts as two separate applications, and city planning asked us to rewrite the pair of applications into a single application, which was what went in last year. And that's just a little bit of what's involved in actually trying to create this document and a logical argument for these zoning special districts. The purpose of which, and I'll just jump my raised hand, the purpose of which is to preserve existing affordable housing and to preserve as much as possible the existing character and personality of the Eastern Avenues, in the same way that the extensive landmarking and special districts on the western half of Community District 8 have been protected through landmarking and special districts. So in a way, it's trying to apply the same standards.
Anthony, I agree
Yeah.
with what you're saying, but those aren't my two questions. My two
I
questions.
understand. I heard your questions, Judy. I understand them.
And
the
I
point
agree
is-
with everything you're saying, and I understand everything you're saying about why we're doing what we're doing. I think zoning is doing a great job. But I just think that, I guess for the future, we need him to give us the proper paperwork for what he's doing. And the other thing, now that I look at this document and I see how much money is involved to bring this to fruition, which I'm sure you want to do, that we need to start talking now, not when the money is needed, how we're going to go about collecting the money. Is the board going to collect the money? Are we going to use it not for profit? What's the process? It took us a long time when we did the 197A. We went through a lot of meetings. So I think we need to start that process now, figuring out how we're going to get the rest of the money so that when city planning is ready for us to move ahead, we have the money to go ahead and do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, what I am suggesting in a way is that we do this little tiny piece and begin then to look for where we're going to find the great big giant piece or the number of little tiny pieces that have to come after it. That's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Just sort of saying, let's do this.
Okay.
This makes
Yeah.
sense.
I think that these are two related issues. One is paying Tuck now so that we can get on with this job, and the other is pursuing money and planning how we get money in the future. And I think you have to go, having done two zoning changes in my history, you have no idea what's going on. When I proposed the sliver law, city planning thought that was a great idea and took it over. Madison height limits, they just wanted to continue with their formulas, which it failed because we'd gotten some terrible height limits. They fought like nothing, but we got that with the support at that time of the community board. And the total cost, admittedly, that was back in the 1980s, was $10,000. So you don't know what you're doing. I think you have to go as we go now. We need this money to proceed. As we go along, we will need that money to proceed. But I don't think we can be, as if, you know, we're budgeting an army or something or other, that you can predict you need so many sailors and so many this and so many that. I think you go forward as the situation moves on and you see how much support you get, we can probably do work on the board to, filing and certain things. Just feel we could do certain work on the board. We can support from others. So I just think that we have to proceed here as we are. We hope to now, just funding the next stage, funding a continuation.
There's one hand up left. It's Craig, and so I'll turn it to Craig, and then Felice and I and members of the committee may have some questions for Anthony and Elizabeth. Craig, go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Billy. Good evening, everyone. So first off, I'm just going to say that I think we should be separating the merits and purpose of this project from this budget discussion that we're having tonight. So my first question, last month I had asked about the prospects of an environmental impact statement being needed and what the declaration of an EAS would be, given that an EIS would have a high cost figure, like possibly in the millions. And the response provided was that it was extremely unlikely. But I'd argue that even putting aside the 210-foot height limit aspect, the entire section of the pre-application focusing on the small scale retail aspect itself would trigger the need for an EIS. So that's why I had requested that perhaps George Janes provide an independent assessment of whether this proposal would trigger an EIS. Which would far exceed the fiscal envelope that we have available for planning services. So I was just wondering, has that by chance been requested from him? And if not, is that something that we could still do?
You have to pay James too.
Yeah,
you're adding to the expense.
Well, we have a retainer with George.
Right. We have a retainer for that type of work, which seems to be entirely appropriate.
It's your money. I mean, our money, whatever you call it.
It's all taxpayer levy. I think that's probably the best way of saying it.
Right, but it would not take a lot of effort for him to essentially read through the pre-application, use his knowledge of the seeker process, and be able to provide an opinion as to how he thinks this is going to proceed in terms of seeker and what the likely determination would be made based on what the proposal is. This is pretty common stance for a rezoning application, and I would imagine it would not take a lot of work and hours for him to be able to opine on it. So that's my first question. So next, I just wanted to just make sure I understand. So have we obtained a detailed cost proposal for the next phase of this project, which we're talking about tonight, would cover this budget request? I'm not talking about a generic estimate. I'm not talking about what is on the screen right now. I'm talking about a line item budget that we can track on a monthly basis for this next project. Do we have that?
No, and the answer is no, and we can't, because we
I don't buy
don't
that.
know. Craig, look, you're a professional. You know that things happen in unpredictable ways. We are not in control of our hours on any project.
No, but we can reasonably expect that he would be able to provide us with a proposal or a contract that would have different contingencies in there, different options, not just some, let's just see how it goes and you don't know what's going to come up. I deal with this all the time.
Okay,
Craig,
wait a minute.
Hold on, let me just say this. We would discard a proposal like that due to non-compliance from being not responsive. How can that be considered responsive?
Okay, Craig, first of all, we cannot separate, going back to the beginning, we cannot separate the merits of this project from the need to have a professional working with us in order to achieve its goals. And they are goals that goals that for a number of years this board as a whole has supported.
But this
Okay.
isn't about the
Wait,
goals.
wait. No, now it's my turn to talk and your turn to listen.
Please.
As I said, I stopped when you asked me to. The next piece of this is that we do not know, and maybe the best way to deal with it is to create some other kind of retainer agreement with Tuck to deal with this particular issue as things come up at whatever hourly rate he charges. If it's okay for George Janes, why isn't it okay for Tuck?
That could be a
I'm
different
just asking.
way. Well, no, that could be a different way about going with this. But how much, remind me, how much have we paid Tuck in total for this project since its inception?
I think about 100,000.
100,000. Doesn't that sort of skirt the actual rules of how we are supposed to be doing procurement for these? I mean, we paid him $19,999, if I understood correctly, for the first contract. But if we keep doing that, I mean, this screams to me as something that should have been done as a lump sum project from start to finish, not in these little bits and pieces where we're now coming back and arguing again over whether it should be funded. And also, we're at a point where it seems like we don't have any evidence of any type of paper trail whatsoever about what he's done in the past. We can't even assess the job that he's done and whether he's been cost efficient and whether he's been effective in what he's been doing. I mean, I still haven't seen, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying here there still is no actual documentation showing what he's invoiced us and for what it's been, and any details that if we were to ever be audited, we would be able to provide. It sounds like we're just essentially having conversations and taking him at his word.
So if I can, Craig, for the longest time, no, he did not give us detailed invoices. For year over year, many years, he did not. In the most recent contract, it was stipulated in the contract that he was supposed to provide monthly status reports. He did not provide a single monthly status report, but he did provide at the end of the contract a report. There was a more detailed invoice that did say month by month that he did work this number of hours each month and sort of what those projects were going to.
Okay, but still,
that was the first time.
Right. I guess what I'm having a challenge with here, and this again isn't about the project, it isn't about the merits, but it's about the way that we're doing business, our responsibility as a public agency, and what we're looking at in the future, because I can't accept the fact that we don't have any real sense of how this project is moving forward, and that we're going to throw another 15,000 at him. We don't have a plan for how we're going to move on, whether it's to see this EAS completed, or whether it has to go forward beyond that, and how we're going to essentially transfer responsibility when we get to the point where clearly we can't pay for the remainder of it. And we just, it seems like this non-responsiveness to me is a huge red flag. And I don't know, I haven't seen any evidence that he's ever done an EAS that he's going to be doing. So if we're looking to achieve the outcomes that we're aiming for, I don't know why I should have any confidence in his work and want to continue to fund that based on anything. I don't know that that's his specialty. I looked online, couldn't find any mention of him specializing in EISs. And I don't know that we've ever done a reference check. I don't know that we've ever done a cost comparison. I don't know why we wouldn't consider bidding this out and seeing if there are other responsible bidders who have experience in this, who would be able to do a better job at a more cost-effective way and actually have a plan in place with more concrete details. I mean, I hear constantly about the MTA's lack of transparency and mismanagement of funds at my transportation and congestion pricing task force meetings. How is this any different? We have a vendor that essentially has been unresponsive who has not provided us with anything we've asked for until just now, apparently, and that it was still way after the fact, and who keeps making it sound as if that we're moving forward when we have very little to show for all this work that's now amounted to $100,000, except a pre-application that we just heard possibly the city planning staff has responded to more positively than they had in the past, but doesn't necessarily pretend that we're going to see this actually come to fruition. So why should we take Tuck at his word when he's constantly ignored our board's repeated inquiries and requests for more details? And why should we believe that he'll suddenly see the light and begin to act as a responsible vendor on a monthly basis who would provide us with that backup and substantiation that we need? I mean, with the money that we're paying him, we can't just brush it off as being insignificant, even if it's a small fraction of the total anticipated total cost. How many tiny pieces are there going to be? I still don't know what we paid him or what we'll be paying him and how this project will be funded when we get to potentially more costly tasks like the EIS. So when does this end? And why is this a CB8 project at this point? I mean, if it's eventually going to be passed off, why don't we pass it off so that whoever's going to be taking it on can really see it through, as opposed to this piecemeal approach? And especially for anyone who thinks pragmatically about public policy and planning issues, they must surely recognize that the chances of this proposal ever becoming a reality are probably pretty slim, even with the rosy picture that some have painted in their comments. So I'll just finish with this. There's nothing more important to me as a veteran member of this board than our credibility as a public entity that represents our community in a responsible and ethical manner. So moving forward with this budget request, I think would threaten our credibility, and that would be the worst possible outcome. This isn't about the merits, as I said. Whether we move forward with this initiative or not, a change of direction is needed immediately, and I won't support any further funding of this project until those issues get straightened out. A one-year pause will not harm us to a large extent. It would be better than continuing a reckless path that clearly should have never been allowed to get to this point where we are today. Thank you very much.
Okay. Sorry, Billy.
Yeah, so look, thank you, Craig. Anthony, if there's a few points you want to respond to, I'll turn it back to you. I do want to note Sherry's hand is up and Alita's, so please.
Yes, I know. Just very specifically. Every week, there are new applications for tall buildings of residential or non-residential nature in Community District 8. Every week. Every week, we lose a little more of our sky and our air, and we lose a little more of the character that makes our neighborhood a neighborhood we want to live in. If you want to live in a neighborhood that is completely filled with 300, 400, 500-foot luxury apartment houses, fine. I don't. This is an urgent project. This is as urgent as any single project, any single initiative that this community board is entertaining. And if there are, and it just, that's it. I don't have any more to say.
Look, I just want to jump in to say, I don't hear Craig to be saying he wants to live in that type of neighborhood you described. But what I do hear are questions about the process, and that's what I want us to focus on discussing here. I think Craig raised a lot of questions that I personally have. I'm not sure I agree with them all, but I think I'm curious about the process and transparency. And I think all of us want to see perhaps more responsiveness from Tuck. But my bigger question goes to, and I think Anthony, you sort of hinted at a sense of urgency behind the issue, and there is urgency, but if we are at a stage where we're potentially responding to city planning comments, we don't necessarily know what that timeline looks like. The ball is in city planning's court, it sounds like. The urgent action we took of submitting pre-submission materials has happened. Forgive me if I'm getting the exact words wrong. And so now we're waiting for city planning to respond. There is still a question in my mind about what does that mean for us as we budget for work that we don't know what it entails. We don't know what the amount is, and it would be great to get more clarity from Tuck. And I listened carefully to your exchange with Craig, Anthony, and I get that it may be difficult for Tuck to estimate what that looks like, but whether it's $5, $10, or $15,000, I'd love to get a bit more comfort around it. And when you pair those questions with, it sounds like a history of not always maybe getting timely invoices, not always getting full transparency. I'm not sure anyone here necessarily even knows right away how much have we exactly budgeted to Tuck over the years and how much has he billed us for, and do those numbers match up? And if it is 100K or 75K, why is it that? What have we gotten for that? Those are, questions I think are fair play for this committee. And I think that's really what we should be focused on. And I apologize for jumping in because I know I want to get to the members of the committee, but that's sort of my quick reaction to what I just heard. Now, Sherry's been waiting patiently, so I do want to give Sherry a chance to speak, and then we'll turn to Alita and Marco.
Thanks, Billy. I'd like to respond to Craig. This is an initiative of the board. The board has supported this. We all know the need for a 210-foot limit. In all the years I've served with Craig on the board, respectfully, there has never been a restriction on development that he supports. And even though he says he's fine with the whole idea of the foot limit,
shouldn't comments to the chair?
I'm sorry.
And not
I'm sorry.
to other board members.
I'm sorry. I have to jump in here, Sherry. I'm very eager to hear what you want to say, but I don't think that is fair, and I don't think that is civil, frankly.
Well, look at how many reasons he found to go with the project. It is appropriate because based on his history, he's opposed to this. He's always been opposed. All right,
Sherry. Sorry. Let me
is,
just say the fine. No, Sherry, I have to jump in because I don't think this is right. And I remember in the Blood Center discussion, I don't know that anyone was more persuasive than Craig, who has a lot of credibility on these issues, I believe, listening to other board members who spoke critically of the project that we were presented with at the time. So I really don't think this is fair, but more importantly, I think these are, bordering a little bit on ad hominem. Let's keep it on the issues and not on Craig and your perception of what his views are, please.
And if I could just add to that, I'm sorry for just jumping in here. But really, this is a question about being fiscally responsible and how we're spending the money. The board's made a decision about moving forward with this application. So I don't think we're debating that. I think we're just looking at how do we make sure we're spending the money responsibly.
And I think we're all in agreement that there needs to be more oversight of Tuck, and I'm not sure if it's the office that should be doing it or should it be the zoning and development committee, but obviously he needs to be more responsive and he needs to give us a status report. But to say that we're not going to throw the $5,000 in to keep them going, how many more super talls do you want coming into our neighborhood? You can't even walk anymore and see any sun. So I'm just urging this committee to support the allocation of funds to pay for Edelstein's work. Thank you.
You're on mute, Billy.
Sorry, Billy. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Alita, since you've spoken, I do want to turn to Rebecca, if that's okay. And then I want to give Will the floor to say something, and then we'll turn back to you and Craig, if that's all right. Rebecca Dangor.
Hi, sorry I had to join a little bit late, so apologies if this was discussed earlier. I was just curious about the outreach to Tuck in between these two budget committee meetings. And did we get more information? What is left outstanding that we still don't know? Was that discussed earlier?
Yes.
The committee was forwarded with the material supplied by Tuck, and Will could email that to you here. He very kindly agreed to have everything available. that was sent to committee members for the, and I don't know whether you're a committee member, but if you were, you got his information, city planning's information, and Will has it. If you haven't got it.
It's
Yeah,
been put in the
thanks.
chat now, Rebecca.
I did see it, but I thought based on kind of the end of our discussion last time, we wanted a little bit of a clearer understanding of actual like work with amount of time, with hours. Did we not receive any updates? Because that's the thing that I'm still kind of concerned about, is that clear documentation. I think Craig raised a bunch of those points as well, because we are a city agency, and I don't think this is enough for an audit. And I think we need to be that careful with how we spend our funds.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point, Rebecca, about what we've received from Tuck, and it's also on my mind a little bit that it's not quite as much information as I think we were hoping to get. Maybe we can discuss that, and I don't know if that'll come up in any discussion about a resolution, but I do think Mark was not spoken yet, so I want to give him a chance, and then Will may have something to say a little bit, or some questions about the precise next steps we're taking, and maybe we can fold into that what we have and have not received from Tuck, if that makes sense.
All right. Thanks.
Marco, sorry I missed your hand before, but you've not spoken yet, so please, let's unmute Marco.
Thank you, Billy. Thank you, Felice. Before I say anything, I would like to say probably Will may answer this question. It will be relevant in the future, by the way. We received recently the community needs, and the community needs basically it is just only to write a document and to throw it in the community board, or the fellow community members should pay attention to that document at the time when we make our arguments. If this is I don't know if you will answer this question, if you Billy allow me to do that, because you are the chair.
Yes.
Okay, Will.
Sorry, reframe your question just a little bit so that I understand it. What was the question exactly about the district needs statement?
The district needs statement is all fellow community members, we have to pay attention to that in order that any project that comes, regardless, whoever it is, they come into our community, we have to pay strong attention to that. Is that correct or not?
So the statement of district needs, I like to liken it to participatory budgeting. In its truest and finest form, it is a statement that the community board votes on and submits to the Department of City Planning that says, these are our priorities. These are, number one, we have a section that say, these are our narrative priorities. We have these problems in our community. There are too many potholes. There are too few parks. There are too few schools, whatever that is. And so every year, each community board, all 59 of those community boards, is required to submit that document that says, here are the narratives about what we think our community needs and could improve on and use. And then we also can go through, and this is where I say I liken it to participatory budgeting, because we've all sort of heard that as a buzz topic now that the city council likes to use. And it is truly supposed to be the grassroots way of telling your council members and telling your elected officials what the budget priorities are in our district. So whether that's a new soup kitchen, whether that is a new bathroom at a school, whether that is a new park, or even a new, major, development. So anything from small, like a little bathroom, to a huge, like, a multi-million-dollar park or whatever. All of that is to tell not just the city, but also to tell people who want to come before our board and come before the city council that these are the priorities that our district has. So in other scenarios, the statement of district needs and the budget priorities are used by the people who come to us with a ULURP and say, look, every year you're asking for a new school. I'm going to build a new building, and I'm going to build a school in the first 5 floors. that's the type of thing that the district needs statement, a budget priority statement, should be used for, if you're asking me as a public servant.
Thank you. I think basically, I don't know why they changed the ranking of the three. Always was, one of them was transportation. Because with parks, well, anybody can live without no parks. Even though it's extremely priority, we have a large deficit. With transportation, if we're gonna go to work, well, we cannot go late. If we go late, we're gonna lose our jobs. So transportation always has been as one of the three ranking issues. And now they changed, I don't know why. But my point is, thank you so much. My main idea that I'm looking for in that part is this the community district needs is extremely important for everybody. And anybody that gives a comment, it should be guided, especially consultants. Consultants, they should be extremely careful in that part. I think that's basically my point. Now, being said that, I'm going to go to say that I review the tape of the last month. And I'm going to say the following. I'm going to start with this saying. Imagine a 6-year-old child going to the father and said, I'm hungry. And the father said, okay, I'm going to give you the food, but I'm not going to give you the money. Because the money I'm going to spend maybe in poker games, whatever it is. This analogy that I presented to you is basically in relation that I read and I saw carefully what was the comments in the last meeting. So my point is very simple. We asking to resolve affordable housing, and this is a good project to resolve affordable housing. Remember, 210 is that we are filing, but we're going to end it with higher than that because we had to promote that. But that is my opinion. This is no opinion of the zoning and development. That is my personal opinion. I know that's going to happen, and we had to promote in that direction. But we had to start with something which is 210. And if we try to eliminate or to cut the funds, that's exactly what we do in the child to the father to the child. Exactly the same. Yes, I'm going to give you the food, but I'm not going to give you the money. So how the child is going to feed if there is no money? It's exactly right here. The same analogy, the same problem. Yes, we support, and indeed the full community board. The majority, almost 90% or 99%, 98% say yes to this part. So we have full approval. It's true that we need to organize better the management with the consultant. That is true. That part, I accept that. But the bottom line, my direction where I'm going is, we have a consultant that has been prepaid. That is the chair of the community board said. And they asked an opinion on the project on 83rd Street. And this consultant never mentioned about the community needs, which is affordable housing. And that project, they demolished 32 affordable housing. And rounding or circumvent the issues of zoning, came to the conclusion that it's okay to remove the easement without not discussing at all the affordable housing that this developer demolished. So this consultant is questionable. And there are many other issues.
Marco, are you talking about George James in that last second?
No, look, I cannot mention names. I had to be.
No, you actually can. I mean, we have a
very
consultant.
general. I had to be
and I think you're alluding to a George James project. I just want to make sure that we're discussing the apples to apples here.
Yes, this is what it is, apples and apples. This is what I asked you the question.
Just so that George James failed to mention something in his report, and you could have sent us an email saying, why didn't he include this in his report? And we could have sent that to our consultant, and he could have incorporated it in future documents. But you didn't until now.
No, the issue
is that correct?
No, the issue
is it?
No. Let me answer the other way. The issue is coming next. The issue is right now is always we has been, I'm not pointing any chair of the community board.
We can always do things better, but you should need to tell us. If
Right.
there's something that
Right.
was
That is what we
deficient in
have
a
this
report,
dialogue. That's
then we
we
can
have
always
this
do that.
dialogue. That's what we have that. So the point is, and the chair, I'm not trying to pinpoint any chair because that is not my goal. My goal is to evaluate, to assess the quality of service that we have for some money. In this case, somebody else recommended to review this project. And this consultant, publicly, I was in a meeting and he acknowledged that he is neophyte in housing issues. And we want to hire him? How is possible to do that? So
Marco,
my point is, when one hand they said, no, I want to put somebody else. The point is that this consultant, my point of view is he's pro-developer. He's pro-developer. He is not to defend the quality of life.
Marco,
my point is,
sorry, I have to jump in here.
It should be another.
I think we're losing a little bit of the connection to the
no,
issue before us.
No,
and I just want to make sure that we're staying on track here.
No, I'm mentioning that direction because I'm trying to.
Well, we're talking. I'm sorry, Marco. We're talking about Tuck Edelstein. Now, is Tuck Edelstein pro-developer? Is that what you just said, or are you referring to a different consultant?
No, what I say is my opinion of this consultant is pro-development.
Which consultant? I'm sorry, which consultant?
The planner that we have for the other money that he was prepaid. Okay, that's what
this is George James you're saying.
Yes.
So we're talking about Tuck.
So no, the point is,
yeah,
no, the point is,
we're talking about Tuck, and I really want us to stay on track, Marco.
Community board said, I prefer to have this consultant ready to have Tuck, and that's what he said, and that's I had to answer that. This is why I'm going in that direction. And
so if I could just jump in for a minute, and I apologize, Marco, since this is a budget committee meeting, so we're not talking about the policy of whether or not to proceed with the zoning application. That's the larger issue that the board has decided. We're talking about how much money we have available to spend and how do we spend it in a fiscally responsible manner that complies with all city rules and provides transparency and make sure that we are being good stewards of the money allotted to the community board.
I agree with that part. I don't have no doubts that we need to have a better management with the reports. Absolutely agree. And everybody has, this process has to be very clear. It has to see where the money is going and how it's going and what we receive that. I agree with that part. The only thing is when you try to cut or eliminate our consultant, this architect that is doing this job, that basically made me go in another direction because you cannot separate the two issues. Because once you can say, yes, we support that, and then we said no money. So basically you're saying no. So this is why I put this metaphor at the beginning, try to explain what is my point. So the bottom line, what I say is right here is very simple. We need to organize this planner. We need to have a very strict way to approach, and we have to report properly. We have to issue the money properly, and we have to see how we're gonna go. If that was what you wanted to do, yes, I'm 100% with you, and I strongly support that. But I cannot support what is saying we didn't receive nothing, and so basically, oh, we received something. Oh, they said, oh no, there is an environmental report. Now, let me talk about the environmental report too. The environmental report, they said it's gonna be positive. Elizabeth said no. Let me tell, and somebody said it's $2 million a project that was done by Don Garone. Let me tell you, do you think recently Friends of the Upper East Side spent $2 million with these questionable mechanical regulations? Do you think that the Friends of the Upper East Side spent $2 million? No, at all. This is not for profit. We'll spend a lot of money, yes, but not $2 million. So the point is, we have to organize in the direction, or we have to work in the direction that this project has to be moved forward. We cannot stop. If you want to check very carefully all the bills, all the documentation, 100%, you're absolutely right. I strongly support that. But we cannot stop this project at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marco. So in terms of the hands that are up, we've already heard from everybody, which is fantastic. Let's go around, and I do want to urge folks to try to keep things somewhat brief, because we still have the arts show budgeting, and then we have to talk about what was supposed to be our first agenda item, which is the district needs statement. So I do want to be mindful of everyone's time. Alita, you're the first hand I see. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Billy, and thank you, Felice, and thank you, everyone, for all of your time and consideration. It is important waiting a year for the reasons that if the buildings continue to go up, they will say the buildings, there are so many tall buildings that there's no point in having any restriction anymore. And so that's why there's an urgency to this. Defunding it, yes, Tuck needs to do a better job, but saying no to continued funding of this project, A, is equivalent to when there used to be calls to defund the National Endowment for the Arts, to defund PBS, to defund the police. If you defund, you put an axe to the project. And that's exactly what this would do. Now I'm going to say something that is sure to get me enemies on both sides of the aisle, which is you could allocate funds to a planner and work on whether Tuck is able to and willing to comply with requirements for adequate reporting and adequate billing and whatever else the committee feels or members of the board feel have not been supplied adequately, and have the money set aside so that if and when he does comply, the money is there. And if and when he doesn't comply, that maybe there could be another planner. But to just say, let's put it on hold and find somebody else, when we did submit and solicit other planners and got very, very, very few responses, because not only are we fighting those who prefer to be more lucrative or earn more money, is that city salaries and what's allowed is pretty low. So compared to the private sector. So there's that. And maybe the possibility of just allocating funds and making sure that the funds are wisely spent. Because if we abandon this by not funding a planner, that sends, I think, a big message of lack of credibility to the community and the inability of the community board or unwillingness to follow through on commitments, not just, and those commitments are to the community, because there is an awful lot of community support for this particular resolution. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alita. Craig?
Sorry, I'm just trying to start my video again. Thank you. So quickly, first I just want to be clear. My issues with this budget request have no connection to how anyone thinks I feel about this project, and at no time since this was passed by the full board have I publicly questioned or stated any opposition to it. I've tried to make constructive comments about how we can improve it to address affordable housing and to ensure that the proposal has teeth to ensure that truly preserving low-rise buildings will occur, because I view that as extremely important to this community. So I hope that people don't mistake my constructive criticism, or what I hope is constructive criticism, with being hostile to it. That's absolutely not the case. And in my statement before, nowhere did I express any opposition. I only questioned the continuation of the road we've taken thus far to end up in the position where we need to have this uncomfortable discussion. So I'd appreciate if we can focus on that specific issue in regards to the budget, because I think we sometimes use the merits of the project as a crutch. So my question is, if we were to not fund this budget request, based on the progress that we've made so far, where does that leave us? Does this initiative truly stop moving forward, or would it essentially mean that we just haven't funded an independent planner who's assisting us with this, and then it would be fall upon CB8 members itself to take it on and to do the footwork? while in the meantime trying to find that community organization or planning group or whoever that will eventually have to find to help fund and take over the rest of the project eventually, and just expedite that so it gets taken over. So I guess that's my question. If we don't fund it, is it really dead, or are we just, is it just a change of direction in which how it's going in how it's going to be administered going forward?
Thank you, Craig. I don't know if anyone wants to answer that. Okay, well, thankfully, Anthony, you are next. So we'll turn to you and you can
Okay,
answer that, and then anything else you want to say. Thanks.
Here's the problem. Many of us, myself included, have jobs for which we are actually paid in addition to the full-time job of being a member of the community board. It is unrealistic to ask professionally naive, which is to say non-professionals, non-architectural or planning professionals, to devote time. And those of us who are in fact working professionals don't have the time to devote to that project as volunteers. That's why we are in fact asking to fund this project. And I just to sort of complete what just to sort of not complete, just to underline Alita's suggestion, I think that one of the things, and we are all to a greater or lesser extent guilty of this, have not in the past paid enough attention to issues of billing and deliverables. I mean, and that's absolutely true. No, I mean, okay, all right. Will has been very diligent about requesting things, but we didn't. I don't want to say I absolutely didn't because I don't remember. We weren't copied all the time. We were copied when things became desperate, but Will is nodding, so I guess that's so. We weren't copied on initial requests. We were unaware of whether Tuck was billing or not. I never saw anything as co-chair of zoning and development. It may have been sent. I may have missed it. I'm certainly happy to believe that's the case. I think that it is fair for us to say going forward that we will, in fact, make a much greater effort to be on top of Tuck, or as Alita suggests, whoever, in order to maintain the kind of month-to-month control over what's happening. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think that is, as at least one person has suggested, process-oriented. I think that it is important, and I know everyone here believes sincerely that the special districts are the right thing to be doing, and that our goal, which is to preserve existing affordable housing and existing, as to the extent that we can help do that, existing retail, local retail. I know no one believes that that's not a worthy goal. The problem is, as Marco so eloquently suggested, and as Alita also eloquently underlined, you can't say that's a great idea, but I'm sorry, you're just going to have to find some way to pay for it yourself. It just seems unfair.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Gail.
I think what we have to do is separate the job that Tuck has done to date with his lack of providing the adequate paperwork. We do have a sense of what he was able to do from the submission of the first pre-application to getting us to phase 3. We would never be at phase 3 if he hadn't been doing the work. The problem is that the reporting system was not what it should have been, and that the follow-ups were not adequate. I see no reason that we're unable to figure out a way, as everybody has pointed out, to improve the reports and ensure that we're all satisfied with them. But Billy, when you asked, what did we get for 75,000 or so? We got to the beginning of the certification process, and there are other groups that did submit pre-applications that were rejected by city planning. So in fairness to Tuck, let us not assume that he wasn't doing the work and that he wasn't doing an adequate job. I think it's much more that it was the reporting, and nobody is going to deny, particularly as a public agency, that we should have more oversight. Certainly, he explained to Elizabeth, to Elaine, to some of us where he was at, but obviously the disconnect was in the reporting system. And I would certainly hate to have the baby thrown out with the bathwater, because I do agree that if we were to hold up this project and not continue to move forward, I've worked very closely with city government for so many years, I can't even count. But what I can tell you, if you don't have an advocate, if you don't have somebody in there saying, okay, where are we? What are your objections? What else should we be doing? What about this? Do you agree with that? The project will die. And I think that not only would that reflect poorly on the community board, I believe that the community, which continues to raise the issue of where are we with the super talls, and to reinforce what Lita said, we were very fortunate to have a magnificent turnout at the art show on Saturday. And the one question I got from more people than I can count: what is the community board doing about all those tall buildings? You know, we have a building next to us, we're not getting air, light, my view is being blocked. So I would hope that what we can do, and particularly knowing that 10,000 from Julie is definitely dedicated to planning money, that we can go ahead and move forward with financing Truck for this next year. We can sit down and we can have a whole list of what it is that we anticipate and expect him to do. And absolutely, if he doesn't give us the right reports, then he doesn't get paid, and the reports have to be done in a timely manner, and all of us agree with that. But let's not fail to move forward with him, because you're not going to get people on the community board to be able to volunteer, or even some of us who are not planners, if we're willing to help. We don't, as certainly Anthony has said, we just don't have the expertise. So I really hope everybody can rethink this through. Let's go ahead and fund Tuck, and let's move forward with ensuring that we get the right reports.
Can we get a scope of work? Because it's unclear on what we've gotten. Sorry, Rebecca, I've jumped in. Go ahead. I see you raising your hand. You're on mute.
Yeah, Rebecca, you're on.
I was going to make a motion related to that and hope to speak to it, but I don't know if you want to.
Can we maybe do that? Can we just get a few more comments in, if that's okay, Rebecca, and then turn back to your motion?
Well, we can also not call to question. I think it might be helpful to have a starting point for further discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and I'd like to speak to it if it's seconded. First, I would move that we vote on a resolution that says the Community Board 8 is not ending these efforts, for this project. And we will vote on allocating funds at a meeting next month, contingent on Tuck providing us with a work plan for next steps, all monthly reports that we have asked for, indicating hours he worked, activities and accomplishments and next steps. And that whoever, and if Tuck does not provide them, we are not going to continue working with him, and we will discuss finding someone else. That being said, no funds going forward will ever be delivered without receiving the materials requested. I see Judy seconded.
It looks like this is being. It looks like it's been seconded, as I was going to say.
So I just want to. The reason I want to do it this way is I understand the concerns of the community and members of the land use committee. I cannot vote on continuing funding without receiving this information. I think multiple people brought up even considering looking for someone else if he can't provide, but I don't want us to be in a situation where we can't move forward at all because we do not have the information we need as a city agency to pay someone for this work. So I know that's probably disappointing to some people who want this issue solved immediately and the funding, promised to be allocated. I think it's more important that we make sure we're going about it in the right way, that we're not axing the project necessarily, but we're going to start focusing on the deliverables in a much more serious way. So I'm sorry for the delay, but I think it's important. If this project is truly as important as we know it is to our community, we have to go about it in the right way.
I think next steps can't be specific at this moment. He has filed the pre-application. The next step is to respond to whatever the Department of City Planning responds to him. So he can't tell you what his next step is. You can say respond. He can say respond, but this process does not lend itself to the specificity that you are all asking for. And I think that whatever you have a resolution for or about, it really has, I've been there, you haven't. It has to be aware of how this process works, and it doesn't work. You do A, you do B, you do C, you do D. It does not work that way. So I think whatever conditions you make have to acknowledge how this process actually works.
Yeah,
So-
I think that's a fair point. Sorry, really quickly. And I think we can craft the language. So basically what I was getting at with that specific line about next steps, when you receive a monthly invoice, because we have had this history of not really knowing exactly what he's doing, I think it should also include, here is kind of what I will be working on, for the next month or so, or here is the next item, so that everyone is aware that, we're not just paying someone to sit around and maybe he does one report or, it's just, we need to get a little bit more clarity just given the history of this lack of communication, in my opinion. And I think a lot of people will feel more comfortable. I mean, again, we'll still have to vote. Maybe the board will not want to support this, maybe they will, but at least we're providing them with the information that shouldn't be a factor in whether or not we continue funding something. It should be about the principle of the project, and it shouldn't be about all of these minute details that we should have been getting this whole time. So that's why I think this next step, maybe next step is the wrong word, but brief summary of his work and contributions for the following month or something like that. And I'm happy to any friendly amendments too.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Will has a couple questions he wanted to ask, and there wasn't really a good time to get him in, and I do want to give him a chance to do that before we go to the hands that are up. So, Will, if now's good for you, why don't you go ahead and do that?
Yeah. And if it is allowed by the chairs, I would like to ask questions of the co-chairs of the Zoning and Development Committee. who've been in
Yes.
active conversation
Yes.
with the former consultant. I guess, the consultant, Tuck. In your conversations with Tuck going forward, has he asked for an upfront retainer? In the past, we've given him an upfront retainer, and I just want to know whether he has made that as a request.
I don't think so. I have not heard that. So in fact, if, as you're suggesting, he's not getting money up front, but he's billing and then getting paid, that might be frankly an incentive to be more timely in making his request for payment. And I would certainly be agreeable to that arrangement. If that's what you're getting at, Will, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and that's sort of the first point, because as we've sort of talked about, in Marco's analogy, this teenager who is at the basketball game asking for money, for cash to go get something from the concession stand and get food. Well, and they've been going out and then not bringing back a receipt every year or every basketball game. As the parent, I don't want to give that kid concession stand money. I've been that kid, who wasn't maybe responsible with my food money that I got at a basketball game. And so by not paying him up front, we give an incentive. And also it sort of goes into my second question. And I think this is really important. And I want to make sure that this is answered so that no one feels like this is going back. And because he was, either late in giving us any sort of information of how much he was actually doing, or didn't, we would get to the end of the fiscal year, and there have been multiple occasions where he's submitted an invoice for work he thought he had accomplished or done, or been able to bill for, and we got to the end of the fiscal year, and it just was over the threshold of a micro purchase, and therefore was over the $20,000, and we weren't able to pay him. And so there were multiple times where people said to me that we need to pay him for the work he's done in prior fiscal years. Has he asked for payment for any prior work that he's hoping to add to being paid?
Not to my knowledge, Will. Not to my knowledge.
So we can walk into any new agreement knowing that everything that he might have wanted or thought he had earned or thought he was entitled to in a previous fiscal year is not going to be included in any sort of payment or agreement or contract going forward.
Right. Yeah. I mean, look.
Oh, sorry, Elizabeth, you had to mute for your dog. Go ahead.
Terrible admission. I lose money on almost every job. Most architects do. Marco's laughing. Most architects do. It just happens. You end up spending more time. You end up spending more time than you think you will, or the client's willing to pay for, because you owe it to the project. Mm-hmm. And if at the end of a year, they don't want to pay you anymore, but they want you to keep working on a new deal for the next year, you say, yeah, okay, fine. I'll try and be more efficient. And sometimes you are, and sometimes you're not. But it's just, it is effectively just what it is. And I think that Tuck understands that. And I would not have been so stubborn about the city contract myself, believing that any one contractor is probably too insignificant to have a problem with something like that. But I can also understand why he didn't want to do it, for fear of being the object of what amounts to a frivolous lawsuit from somebody who feels his property has been devalued by the special district. I mean, I can understand it. Anyway, short answer to your question is no, we're starting at 0 again. And I think we can make sure that Tuck, and I think we can make sure that we pay better attention in the future.
So we're not defunding anything because there's nothing that has a past history of needing to be funded from, you know, outstanding balance. I just got very concerned by the use of that word and some of the urgency of, you know, needing to pay him up front or needing to pay him now.
No. I think the point is that we need to allocate the funds now. I mean, I'm speaking for myself. I think others can nod, but I think the point is to fund this effort to the extent that we've requested, and for our planner to work under those terms. And if he doesn't want to, then fine, then we'll do something else. But the fact of the matter is that at this point, this is what we decide as his clients, as it were, that we want to do. And I think that's okay.
Okay, so I think we have a motion on the floor. I guess, we're still discussing the motion, or?
We're still discussing it. We
Would
haven't.
someone repeat the motion, because unfortunately the dog walker came and I had to get away and prevent her barking all over the meeting. So could you repeat the motion?
So I think still. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh no, you can repeat it. I wasn't sure if I was still unmuted.
I was going to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially the resolution is that CB8 is not ending the efforts with Tuck. We'll vote on allocating funds next month, contingent on receiving a work plan from Edelstein and Associates and any past reports on work performed to date. And Judy seconded the motion.
And I would say the other part of the motion was it wasn't that we're not. It was that we will vote on, we're not terminating support for the project. We will vote on a later date about whether or not we are continuing to work with Tuck, contingent on him providing all of the materials you described to us before that vote, and that we will only and this is an amount I think that we still have to discuss, that funding for this project will not exceed a certain amount of point in this, you know, potential. Yeah, we need to decide an amount that we're talking about in this resolution that before we decide on whether or not we're continuing to fund the project and continuing to fund it with tech.
And if I could just add, it's 8:15 and we still have to talk about the district needs statement, and we have a deadline for the district needs statement. It has to be approved by the board at the meeting tomorrow, because there's a certain deadline in which it has to be submitted to the city. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, in other words, we need to start acting with some alacrity, I think, in this discussion. Okay, I see one hand up, and I don't believe anyone's called the question yet. Marco, if you can keep it brief, please.
Thank you. I'm going to touch a couple of issues. For history, we need to know that Ben Kellos give to the three organizations, Friends of the Upper East Side, $20,000, Civitas, $15,000, the Community War give $10,000, and Keep Power give $5,000. This is just only as a part of the history of the project. Now, the issue, what I perceive, is very simple. Yes, I think this is in the hands now of the chairs of the zoning and development, that they have to work it out, and we need to have a meeting and in meeting we had to discuss. And whatever decision they come, we analyze, we carefully, we calculate how we're gonna handle the talk from now on. But a month is too short. I think we had to review that period of time. The only thing what we can say is the zoning and development next month has to address this issue, and we had to reach a conclusion. And I think many fellow community members that are right here will be there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Appreciate it. Judy Schneider.
Call the question.
Okay, question's been called. Is there a second? Rebecca seconds. Okay, we'll be voting on Rebecca's resolution. All those opposed, not voting, or abstaining or not voting for cause, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature. Well, Sherry's raising your physical hand, so why don't we unmute Sherry?
I'm sorry, go through that again. If we're voting yes, we're in favor of Rebecca's resolution not to vote tonight. And if we want to vote tonight, we should vote no.
So
Well, I
it's just like
think
all of our other votes. If you're voting no to the resolution on the floor, or abstaining or not voting for cause, that's when you would raise your hand. And if you are voting yes on that resolution that's on the floor, then you do not need to raise your hand to clarify your vote.
No, but my question was, what are we voting on?
Right.
It sounded to me like Rebecca's resolution was that we would not vote on the issue of allocation of funds tonight. We would put it off for a month. That's
right.
As opposed to just voting yes and with the protections that we've all agreed that we need. All right, so I'm voting no.
And it also, yeah, the resolution also includes the stipulations that need to be met before we continue allocating the funds.
Okay, I'm voting no.
Thank you, Sherry.
I don't think it's
Sherry's voting
necessary.
no.
Not
Thank you, Sherry.
necessary.
Anthony?
Anthony?
Thank you, Will. Under those conditions, with the wording that I am imagining, I'm voting no.
Gail.
Thank you. Gail.
I agree with Anthony. I'm voting no.
Ed.
I'm going to
Thank you,
abstain.
Gail.
I'm going to abstain and pray that we get to the district needs before midnight tonight.
Thank you, Ed. Alita.
I'm really sorry. I don't know. I'm thick-headed right now. What exactly is the resolution?
The resolution is that we'll vote on working with Tuck next month, contingent on getting certain information on what the work plan is, and along with some past reports on the work he's done so far.
And with an actual number of the funds being requested for allocation.
I thought there was an actual number being requested.
Which was $20,000, but
Just
the board
short.
only has $15,000 available.
So it would be. So, okay, and I'm sorry, it's a point of information, I think. If Julie Menin's $10,000 was earmarked for planning, what happens to that money then? And I guess that just confused about that because that's
the point of the resolution is that we are hearing the concerns raised by the land use and by the zoning committee rather, about the importance of this project. It is also allowing us, before further decisions are being made and whether or not we're going to continue with Tuck, who has not lived up, has not met the kind of the requirements needed by a city agency, that we will not vote on. We're not stopping. This resolution is saying we're not stopping this project, and we are essentially coming up with a plan to make sure if we continue to fund it, right, we're doing it in the right way. The point of my resolution was I don't want my concern about not being able to see actual deliverables to play a factor in whether or not I vote to continue supporting the
Look,
project.
I
Today,
don't,
I can't.
this is becoming a little bit of a discussion about the merits of the resolution, and that's not what a point of information is
No,
for.
I was asking because
Yes, I
if,
know.
yeah, I was just
And I just want to
asking.
make sure that we get an answer to your question, because we've been
Thank you.
allocated this 10,000. My understanding,
Right.
Alita, is that, if we don't allocate it tonight, there's nothing keeping us from allocating it, next month or some other point in this fiscal year. We just need, I think, well, I don't want to get into the merits of it a little bit, but I do think Will may have the expertise on what happens exactly to that $10,000 if we don't do anything with it tonight.
We decide to do something else with it at a different point later on in this year. The fiscal year ends in June 30th.
Right.
So we
Thank
have-
you, Will. So Alita, with that point of information answered, did you want to take a vote?
I'm abstaining for now.
Abstaining.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Alita. Okay, the next up is Marco.
No.
Okay, Marco votes no. And Elizabeth Ashby.
I'm going to have to abstain.
Okay, thank
But
you. Yes?
Sorry, Elizabeth.
So we have,
I'm very uncomfortable with. There are two groups here. One is responsibility is money. The other is our responsibility is zoning, and I want to make sure if this goes forward that Tuck was just asked to respond. I think that if we do this, and I could change my vote, someone from your committee has to talk to Tuck, because those of us who are familiar with the zoning process don't find your questions 100% relevant to the issue. And in order to make everybody happy, somebody's going to have to talk to Tuck and be specific about what your exact wants are from him.
okay. I mean, I don't see an issue with that.
But Billy, do you mind reading the rest of the board members who are here so that we have a?
So here's what I think. Here's what I think we have present. We have myself, Felice Farber, Elizabeth Ashby, Rebecca Dangor, Alita Camp, Anthony Cohn, Craig Lader, Ed Hartzog, Judy Schneider, Marco Tamayo, Sandra Coleman, Sherry Weiner, and Gail Barron, which I believe is 13 people. Does anyone have the right math?
Yeah, that's 13.
Okay. I have 13 people here, and in terms of voting no just now, we have Sherry, Anthony, Gail, and Ed.
No, Ed abstained.
Sorry, Ed abstained, but
And
the
Marco.
abstentions count as no votes. So Sherry, Anthony, Gail, Ed, Alita, Marco, and Elizabeth. And just to be clear, for the record, I should be clear. Ed abstained, Elizabeth abstained, Alita abstained. And then the no votes were Sherry, Anthony, Gail, and Marco. And by my count, that's 7 no and 13 people total. So the resolution fails.
Police, you were accidentally muted, so unmute yourself.
I see Ed's hand and Sherry's hand. Ed?
Yeah. Just, this isn't the bylaws committee, but I would just like to clarify something for the record for those out there, and we've lost people already after 2 hours. Abstentions are not no votes. Abstentions are when you're not voting yes and you're not voting no. And for those in the public following along, abstentions alter the totals. Doesn't mean it's a no. It just means that it's heavier lift for those of you trying to pass the resolution. That's all. Just
That was my
means-
shorthand for abstentions count as a no vote, just.
Yeah, well, let's just be clear for people who aren't following along, though. It is not a no vote. If it's a no vote, you just vote no. But I just want to be clear.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Ed.
that. And 2 hours on this. Oy. Anyway, thanks, guys. I'm still.
Ed, we do what we can. It's an important issue. And we can't. tell
You know,
people
I
not to
would have,
speak.
if I'd known you were switching, okay, I would have come on after 2 hours because I was here for the district statement, but I'm in. Thanks.
Sherry, your hand's up.
I'd like to call the question on the vote if the fund should be allocated or not. I think we've knocked this around enough. Either we'll do it yes or we won't.
I'm sorry, I don't think we have a resolution to that effect.
I make a resolution that we allocate the requested funds to pay for the planner to continue the application for the 210-foot height limit.
What are the requested funds? Are we talking about the?
The 19,999. Gail, is that correct?
We only have 15,000. We fully allocated funding to the staff. Last month we went through the budget number, so we have the 10,000 from Julie and the 5,000 from Keith. We don't have an
And
extra.
there's no money, and the community board has no funds?
No, and if we do this, we have very little money, if any, for the Arts Committee.
How much has the Arts Committee requested?
The Arts Committee was supposed to come back with a revised request.
So they're not, I mean, it would just be helpful to know what they're asking for to see how that affects the 15,000 that we have available.
It was a large dollar amount last month for advertising and stuff like that. Will, do you have the number?
Oh, all right.
Back with some smaller number.
I don't know yet.
Waving.
We have Alita here who's waving frantically, who I think would like to update the number that they gave last time. If you want me to unmute her, please, Billy.
Yeah, please. Alita, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alita.
Thank you. I'm working on a number as we speak, but you could, but it will be a much lower number than what we asked for last time because we're not asking for funds for advertising and we're only talking about the end of the fiscal year. So it will be a significantly lower number. Thank you.
My resolution will still be for 15,000 and we'll figure out some way to get money for the art committee.
Well, if am I allowed to take a chair's prerogative to make a comment? Is there any parliamentarians here who would say that? Look, clearly this committee is a little bit divided on what we want to do going forward. We just had a very close vote. I think, given our discussion tonight, Sherry, there's maybe some concern about giving the full amount. There's some concern about the transparency and communication with Tuck. Here's what I would suggest, but it's your resolution, Sherry. I think we could be open to perhaps supporting some figure. I think I would urge that it be much lower than 15. Perhaps it's closer to $5,000 that we could allocate in the meanwhile, while having all the stipulations of Rebecca's resolution and basically saying that the balance, whether it's 5,000 more, 10,000 more, whatever, sort of remains on hold until we get those assurances and better communication from Tuck. It's essentially would be a combination of what you're asking for and what Rebecca asked for. And I think the way it moves us forward is it at least gives something allocated to Tuck so that we can have a contract. Perhaps we can say, here's what you've been given. It's a retainer of sorts. That to me seems like a way to move forward. I don't know if you would accept
Well, you
that.
have 10,000 from Julie that has to go to a planner. I think you have to give him 10,000. The number is 10,000.
But we don't have to give it all at once. And it doesn't all have to go to Tuck. But this is merely my suggestion, and I don't want to monopolize at this late hour. I certainly have my day job to get back to, becomes my night job. So, which is not to rush us along, but it's just to say, I give it back to you, Sherry, about what you want to do. It's your resolution.
Can I get a recommendation from Gail, who's really more familiar with?
Please, Gail. Sorry, you're muted, Gail.
Sorry, one second. I have to find Gail. There she is.
You're still on mute.
You're still muted.
My computer sometimes gets cranky, sorry. What I think that we should do here is ask for the 10,000 from Julie, which specifically was for a planner, but that doesn't mean that it all has to be up front. I mean, even if just giving Tuck something, I also think that as part of my friendly suggestion of an amendment would be to get a summation of what has been accomplished to date, but I don't think it has to have such specificity that it goes back to dotting every I and crossing every T, just so that people can have a better understanding of the work that was done from the pre-app that took us to the certification. I think that way we, get like one page and get specifics as to what his accomplishments are, because the accomplishments led to getting to phase 3. And so that if at minimum we go ahead and at least we know that money, that 10,000 is going to be in the pot for Tuck. Because if we're not going to do that, or we're saying someone else, and please forgive me if I'm incorrect on this one, but if I'm not mistaken, George Janes, although our consulting architect, also was more in favor of a higher height limit. So there could even be a conflict of interest with having somebody else take a look at this. I don't think it's necessary. I think we just have to at least take Julie's money, know that we put that aside, and it's not a matter of having to pay him up front, but even to pay him anything, first and foremost, just a one-page summary that clearly shows us what it is that he's done, because we're all at fault for not knowing or looking or seeing that the monthly reports were there with any type of detailed specificity. And I think Elizabeth Ashby is the reason that we have height limits on Fifth, on Park, on Madison and Lex. She knows the process. And if Elizabeth is saying that, yes, he can anticipate some of the questions, but he's not going to really know. So, I mean, I think that we want to be upfront, we want to be fair, and we certainly want to be ethical and make sure that we have all the reports, but we have something that then can go into the files that clearly shows what he's accomplished up to this point. That's what makes more sense. I mean, I think that asking for reams of paper at this stage, when we know that he's gotten us to the point where our application has not been rejected, is a little bit of overkill, which doesn't mean that I accept the fact that it was appropriate for him to not have given us more detailed information over the past few years. So that's
So
what I would like.
I accept Gail's friendly, I guess, amendment that we will allocate the $10,000 from Julie, which is designated for a planner, so it has to be used that. We will get Tuck to give us a summary of what he's done in the past, and anything else that I'm missing.
And also an indication, even if he can't tell us exactly what the questions are going to be from city
just some
planning,
idea
but
what he's going to be doing
anticipation
going
of
forward.
what would be accomplished with that 10,000. And what it does is it then gives us an opportunity to make sure that we're not having unnecessary delays and more applications for super tolls.
Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
sorry, Sherry. Am I understanding correctly that we would be, and I'm told the word is encumbering the $10,000 for a planner, but are we not going any further? Or we're not saying it's specifically Tuck?
For Tuck, yes, because to go ahead and after the relationship building and everything else, to go and now look for another planner, it's not that it can't be done, but we're not being very realistic. And then it takes that person just as long to go back to read through everything that was already accomplished, to sit down with the same people. I mean, I think I really don't quite understand why we're just getting into this point where suddenly let's get rid of Tuck because he didn't give us reports, but yet he delivered the goods in the sense of getting us to this point in the application process. Doesn't mean that we don't want to have him go back, track, and let us know what he's accomplished, so people have a comfort level to not just know that we got to phase 3, but what he accomplished in getting us to phase 3. I don't know what more we need.
So I think we have Sherry's proposed resolution. Is anyone seconding it?
I'm seconding it.
Gail
Okay.
seconded.
Rebecca?
So I think that
Sorry, Sherry. I think he was calling on somebody else.
I see we've got a few hands up, so I just want to go through the regular process here. Rebecca?
My friendly amendment for this resolution would be that any contract will stipulate that the funds will not be dispersed unless we receive the information we ask for and continue to ask for in the future, namely actually being updated in a timely manner.
So a monthly invoice. Sherry, do you accept that?
I do. And what I was starting to, Billy, it's basically the resolution that you were, the amendment you were proposing with a specific number. So I think between you, Gail, and Rebecca and I think we have a consensus on moving forward. So I'd like to call for a vote on my resolution. And
Well, I'm actually,
Rebecca, why
I'm
are you
sorry,
saying
I'm
no?
not sure that's in order. I'm sorry, because I think you've proposed a resolution, it's been seconded. We're now in the stage where we have some hands up. We've got a few folks who want to speak, and perhaps they want to call the question. And I had something I wanted to say briefly, although I don't know if it's appropriate at this time, but let's just go. Alita, you're up next.
Well, can I just ask, Sherry, did
Yeah.
you accept Rebecca's friendly amendment?
She said she did, yes.
Okay.
I was only going to suggest something that may be redundant of Rebecca's. It's using legal language, which is provided that the money is allocated to Tuck, provided that he provide the report or the information that, and the committee should someone or the zoning committee should specify exactly what is being asked for without going into the weeds, without too many details, but so that he knows what's expected, he's not sandbagged, and the committee and people who are concerned about allocating funds to him without information satisfied as well. So everyone gets a little bit of what they want, or actually maybe a lot of it. But I don't know if those words are even necessary now with Rebecca, so I leave it to Shari. Thank you. Provided that is. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Alita. Do you accept that as a friendly amendment, Sherry?
I do not. I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Anthony?
I'd like to call the question.
Okay, the question's been called. Everyone, well, can we put everyone's hands down?
I need somebody to second calling the question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think Marco is seconding it. Sorry about that.
Great.
He's got thumbs up, so.
Yeah, Judy also. All right. I'm going to put all the hands down. If you were voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause for calling the question, you should raise your hand now.
For calling the question.
For calling the question. That is the
Okay.
The right
Question's
parliamentary
been,
procedure.
looks like the question, okay, the question's been called.
So now, if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause on Sherry's resolution, please raise your hand.
All right, Rebecca Dangor,
I'm voting no.
Craig Later,
I'm voting no also.
Ed Hartzog,
Gonna abstain again.
good. I'm voting no.
And I'm a no as well.
Okay, and for the record, the members in attendance right now at this, Judy Schneider.
Judy Schneider,
Sorry, I had a question after the vote was finished. A
Oh,
quick
sorry, Judy.
question.
I'm gonna put your hand down for now then.
yeah, we haven't finished the, sorry, Judy.
Um,
Anyone else voting? Okay, by my math, the resolution passes.
And just for the record, can you read the names, please, Billy? Or I can.
Of who's present?
Yeah, of who's still present. Billy, Felice.
I'll read those in a second. I don't think we lost anybody though, correct?
Okay.
So
I did not do the math.
it remains Billy, Felice, Farber, right, Elizabeth Ashby, Rebecca Dangor, Alita Camp, Anthony Cohn, Craig Lader, Ed Hartzog, Gail Barron, Judy Schneider, Marco Tamayo, Sandra Coleman, Sherry Weiner. I think I got them all.
Yeah, it's still 13. So
Okay, so the resolution passes. Judy?
Just a quick question so I understand. I know it's time to move on. Do I understand correctly, Anthony, that next month your committee will be discussing this issue during? Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
you can mute me, Will.
Ed, let's call on Ed and then let's move to the arts funding agenda item. Ed.
When are we gonna get to the district needs? I'm just wondering, because I can manage my evening. Everybody here I know is swamped with work. We all have a day job. We're all professionals and I understand, but I signed on as the co-chair of the housing committee, but somehow we went through the looking glass and the agenda items have switched. It is now 8:45. I really, honestly, I am not here to Monday morning quarterback. I see you waving, Rebecca. I really just, if I had just known ahead of time that we were, please, Billy, if I may, I haven't spoken in 2.5 hours now, basically. So we have now, with all due respect, it seems to me that we have now devoted over 2 hours because it seems that this guy, Tuck, who I don't know, who seems to be doing a good job, doesn't have an administrative assistant to get his paperwork in. And I know it's important, but we've wasted 2 hours and 15 minutes because this guy can't get his paperwork in. And I'm just curious as to when we might get the district needs so I can try to hang in there because I'm jammed with work. I got to get out tonight. So just any of that would be most helpful. And sorry to be a pill, but I'm just, just saying, that's all. Thanks.
Yeah, Ed, look, we're all working very hard to get to the district needs, but I have to tell you at the very top of this meeting, we said we're flipping around the agenda items at a request of our colleagues on the board. We're doing our best, Ed, but I don't know what to tell you. These issues are important. They're more important than paperwork, I would say, and it takes time to get there. So we're doing what we can. We're all hanging in there. Some of us missed the Yankees win, for the record.
That is such a non-issue, Billy. You missed the Yankee game? Really? You missed the Yankee game? I mean, give me a break.
Ed, for the record, I'm kidding around. Please, Rebecca, please go ahead.
I moved to table the arts discussion for a meeting next month, which is undebatable. So if there's a second, we have to vote.
Second. If I can, as chair, co-chair.
If there are any who would like to vote no, et cetera, on tabling, please raise your hand. Oh, Alita.
I'm not voting no, but I'd like to just ask to be at the top of the agenda next month then. And do you have a meeting date?
No, they do not. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to make that request, but I'll go along with the tabling.
Okay,
Thank you.
so moving, do we need to vote on that, or are we?
It's unanimous.
Okay, so.
Still 13 board members, so it's the same 13.
Okay, so if we could move on to the district need statement. We incorporated comments that we received from the committees. I edited the text for the district need statement on the description, updated a lot of the numbers. Will, if you can put up the Excel spreadsheet that has the items, and maybe we could just go through those items and talk about it.
You want the Excel spreadsheet?
Yeah, there are a number of things that come off because they've been done. And I think that gives us some room to add some items. So if we can run through this. Hopefully folks can read this depending upon the device you're working on. In red is the some of the text that I've added based on comments that we've received, and then crossed out are things that we talked about taking out or that seemed like they were not necessary. And then we have 2 items, Will, for and this is in the order that we prioritized them before. So we may want to decide whether or not they should go in a different order and different priorities. And then if you could just scroll down to the bottom.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to make it larger. You can't hear me. Oh, you can. I'm just going to try to make it larger because I saw a couple people straining their eyes to read. Wait. Is that easier to read?
Yeah, it's a little easier.
Okay. And these are in the current district needs statement that has been sent around several times and that is on our website.
I don't know if you can put it in the chat for people to open up on their own devices. I don't know if that's any easier, or email it to folks.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop sharing my screen because it requires too much screen space for me to do that quickly. But can you speak for a second while?
Yeah, sure. So there are a couple of things that we should review. There are a number of items for libraries that have come out because they've been completed. There's what else comes out? A number of parks that have been completed. So those come off our priority list. And then there are a number of things that we've asked to add on. So protected bike lanes, highlighting the need to address parking placard abuse, adding additional New York City DOT traffic agents, or giving DOT traffic agents to be provided the right to ticket other vehicle violations beyond parking. Although I'm not sure, Craig, that should be in the district needs statement because I think you need state legislation for that. And then, a request for a catch basin. So there's things like that that are added onto the list. I tried to incorporate the comments from the last committee meeting where we went through each of the sections, updating it with some of the data, and then, as I said, the things that folks have requested. And where possible, I tried to clarify the language a little bit. One of the things we'll start out has been our priority, funding additional school needs.
Sorry, 1 second. I'll get that back on the screen in a way that everybody can read it.
So we talked about school needs, the number of residents under the age of 18 has increased. At the same time, the overall number of students in school has declined slightly. That could be COVID related. I couldn't find data that went back for more than just last school year and the school year before that. So that may be just a blip. We have talked before about the need for early childhood classes in this district, 3K seats. There has been an issue about the number of high school seats, partly because of the change in admission standards that in trying to make the high performing schools in this neighborhood more equitable and more available for a wider range of people. So the number of students in this district getting accepted to the local high schools went down significantly, while people from outside the borough increased significantly. So that gets to whether or not we want to continue to prioritize the need for schools, and whether we want to specify everything or put an emphasis on early childhood for 3K. And Will, I noticed that we have the first two lines are on both schools, and I think maybe we only need one line for additional seats, unless they're the same thing.
That's a great question. These are all capital, or these are all expense requests, or are these a mixture of both?
Well, I think if you're, that's a good question. If you're building more schools, they're capital. If you're requesting the allocation, actually, that can be.
So priority number one and priority number one, it means that some of these were capital and some of these were expense.
Okay.
And so because the district needs statement divides the capital section from the expense section. So let me see if I can divide these up in the appropriate manner really quickly, so that it just shows the type of request. Did you hide some cells in the spreadsheet?
I did. I apologize. I did the first couple of columns.
Yeah, that's probably where I need to find them. And I'm so bad at unhide. Okay. This is gonna be really hard to see, but I'm going to try to put both the spreadsheet and our previous district needs up on the same page, and share my screen that way so that people can see it. You can see whether or not it is capital or expense. That's the best I can do really quickly. I apologize to everybody for.
So I'll just, as we're, yes, Judy, can you unmute Judy for a minute?
Judy.
Will, can you also put it in the chat, whatever you're doing after you do it? Because I find I can't read it, but I can print it out from the chat. Okay. Felice, just, I don't know, while Will's doing his thing, I noticed that you took the 67th Street Library off, but unless I missed it, I didn't see. They're looking for a new lift. Is that included in there?
So what I took out were the things that I thought were funded on the 67th Street Library, and I replaced it with a request for upgraded accessibility.
Okay,
Uh,
I didn't see that in here. I guess I missed it. Okay, thank you.
So I'm just sharing the district needs statement that is posted on our website. On the right-hand side, and you'll see our capital budget requests. And so if you see something here that is a capital budget request that meets this explanation, this reason, then it matches. So provide funding for that is a capital request. This right here was a expense request.
So we requested funding needed repairs and upgrades at the Isaac's houses and Holmes Towers. We put that as a priority. I found some NYCHA metrics that showed the significant increase in the number of open work orders at those developments. So I included that in the description. I'm not sure whether, what was there? I mean, we need additional extermination and dealing with rat proofing the city all over. So I would think that the increased need of extermination is needed at NYCHA housing as well as throughout the city. I don't know to what extent we want to keep resiliency of Community District 8 against future storms as one of the top 10 priorities. Not that it's not a priority, but I'm not sure this district is at risk of flooding based on one of the, I guess, EDC's presentations about that, but that's something we can discuss. And I'm just going to run through quickly the changes that we've made, and then we can talk about it a little bit more. When we talked about the renovation of the 19th precinct, which was one of our priorities. We talked initially only about a new air conditioning system, but it seems like we should talk about the renovation of the entire 19th precinct, including the installation of a new air conditioning system. And one of the things that I did not add, but we talked at the last meeting about adding, is clarify. They said they were going to do a study of it, so we should ask about the status of that study. Funding for rodent extermination, we talked about in city streets. I expanded it to be in parks as well. On the East River Esplanade, which has been a priority, I narrowed the scope to be just the length of the Esplanade within our community board. And since many parts of the Esplanade have been reconstructed or are in the process of being reconstructed, I made some language changes just to say complete the full structural repair of the Esplanade, just so can provide funding for the missing gaps of the work. We talked about adding funding for youth services at Isaac Center. So Andrea had requested that we should have programs for the youth at Holmes Towers and Isaac houses as well. So I added that. Judy, the next one, line 14, is the upgraded accessibility at the 67th Street Library.
I see it.
Bike lanes. We talked about wanting to include bike lanes. I took the language from one of the Transportation Committee resolutions, which was every 10 blocks between 60th and 110th streets. Funding for Rupert, I think, should move to continuing support because the project's funded. I added funding for community boards. We talked about technical support for meetings. I'm not sure we need that, so I switched it to additional support to increase the funding for community boards in general, to support land use planning efforts and other community board needs, such as the Arts Committee. John J. Park, I think, moves to continuing support, clarifying that the purchase of rat-proof garbage containers is capitally eligible. So I'm kind of rambling on about some of the changes we've made. But if anyone has any thoughts or comments about the text changes or additional things we should add. And then, Will, if you could just go to the bottom. Oh, some of the things I highlighted, which I wasn't sure that we needed to include, like increase the number of workers to inspect, repair, and preserve DOT's infrastructure. Is that something that needs to be part of this? If we're concerned about pedestrian safety, then maybe there's a different way to kind of refocus on pedestrian safety. Increase funding to ensure all NYCHA community and senior centers remain open. Now that we're post-COVID, is that really still an issue? Additional funding for the Department of Consumer Affairs inspectors for sidewalk cafes. Since we have open streets or open restaurants, do we still have sidewalk cafes? And then that is that still the Department of Consumer Affairs and I think Worker Protection, or that's now really City DOT. So I think we changed that. And then we talked some of the items we talked about wanting to include, support for safe haven site, increased police officer foot patrol, resurfacing the Roosevelt Island Bridge to make it safe for bicyclists. The New York Public Library came and said they wanted increased funding for the Team 360 initiative. Valerie wanted a catch basin at 72nd Street. We wanted to fund a parking placard system and suggested renovating Seabury Park. So I've kind of rambled on a bit, but if people have comments or thoughts on this. And let me see if
I'll tell you who has their hands up. So Andrea, then Rebecca, then Sherry. Just so that's easier.
Hi, greetings all. Thank you for this meeting and for the things that were listed. Thank you all, Billy, for conveying it. I just wanted to say that, repairs are desperately needed in all NYCHA developments. The disinvestment from the city, state, and federal government is systemic racism and has been going on for decades. Funding, reason I flagged funding for after-school programs and our children, as well as the adolescents, is desperately needed. Our children, our youth and our children have to actually go out of the development for after-school programs, which is just horrendous. They have to either go up to in the 90s, up higher 90, like 95th Street and 3rd, or they have to go somewhere else further uptown. And that's just unacceptable. And we have 2 community centers there that has, had these programs in the past. So we also, the Homesizers Coalition, we started a tutoring program the beginning of this year, and we're in our second phase now. And we're doing that inside the Isaac Center. We started 1 day a week. Now we're doing 2 days a week. We have volunteer teachers or educators to help, our kids with reading. But we live here, our kids live here. I benefited from the after school program for my sons, one of my sons, my youngest, when I was working. So I understand how difficult it is, especially with childcare for parents, working families, and just kids that's needing, additional help or just having their homework done. And when they come home, they can have that family time. So I'm really advocating for, yes, repairs are needed, but we need these centers open to our kids. There's so many things and initiatives that have been done in the Isaac Center that our children have been disenfranchised from. Our children wasn't aware of it. Our youth wasn't aware of it. I see that they're trying to do better now because of people like myself and others that have been, complaining about it. But this has went on for a few years, and it's just, unacceptable. So I'm glad that you all have it in, and listed, what's needed. And I just wanted to be on record. So thank you.
So Sandra, can you just tell me what should be the appropriate way to phrase this? Is it just at the Isaac Center? Like, what are the 2 community centers?
So originally, before the centers were privatized, Holmes Towers had a center and the Isaac houses had a center. Whenever they were privatized some years ago, now everything is under Isaac Center. And now because of the merge with Goddard. Now Goddard is, everything is under Goddard, so they're up under Goddard. With that said, they just had a graduation for young adults. None of them were from our community, to my understanding, and they all are able to now, start jobs in the IT area. Our kids didn't know about, our young people, our young men and women in the community was unaware of this, so that's totally unacceptable. The GED, all the programs that they have been hosting and having, they have been doing this for years and not really reaching out to the community that it's housed in. So Roderick Jones, who is over everything regarded, they're willing now, because we're pushing for an after-school program, they're willing to pay Asphalt Green to do something with the program with us. But that's still moving us out of the community. So that's unacceptable. That's the same thing as us. Our kids got to go up the block or go here or there. How great is it to just come downstairs and pick up your child, or your child can come upstairs, so we really need the funding. We really need the advocacy from the community board to, really get it done, because, I know it's not that much money that they get for senior services, but they do get money. They do receive funding. The funding is allocated. And I know with senior services all over, it's not that grand, but we can't forget about our future. And that's
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So we should be asking for the expanded programs of the Isaac Center dedicated for the youth, and that there be targeted outreach to the residents of Holmes Tower and Isaacs.
Right, like they should be getting first priority as well. There was, I was on the Women's and Family, I believe, committee meeting a while back. I think it might have been last year. There was 60 seats during the pandemic for kids, and none of our kids were aware of it. And people were coming from all over, and they were able to access that. And that was through the Department of Education. So once again, like I said, we're disenfranchised. We're here. So yes, so something for the kids and the adolescents, because we want to work with them, even if it's some type of evening, not a late evening program, but some type of program. They did it one summer for just a summer, and they had like after hours for our youth, and it was pretty good. But then that just went somewhere else, and that was a few years ago. But we really need some funding so they can house our kids and have some activities for our kids for our future.
Okay, thank you, Sandrea.
Yes.
Rebecca?
We can't hear you.
But are we going to the continuing support after? Because I think we have a couple items there too.
Sure. Now, there's a bunch of things that have moved to continuing support, but do we prioritize continuing support, or how does that work? I don't know the process.
No, we just have a section after the, so we have the district needs statement itself, then we have the capital and expense, and then there's a separate section that includes the projects that we're asking for continuing support. It doesn't affect the amount of items we can ask for in either the capital or the expense side, but we want to make sure we still talk about that.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, Shari?
I just wanted to make sure you're aware, due to redistricting, Isaac Hayes is no longer going to be in District 5. If the map that was approved by the districting council, it will now be moved to District 8. But I believe, and Will, can you confirm that the community board lines still say the same? So
Absolutely,
it would,
yes. Yeah.
so it would stay on 96th Street. So even though Isaac Hayes will be moving to District 8, it still will be in Community Board 8. So
Yeah, yes.
just wanted to let you know that, that the way the map is set up, it's no longer in Julie Menon's district. That's it.
Okay, but it's still in the community board's district.
Yeah, that it's still in the community board. It's just now dealing with a different council member.
Okay, thank you. Marco?
Thank you, Felice. I would like to address the issue of resilience. Resilient is true that we have an abrupt shoreline, that they have 3 areas of impact. I know that. But resilient is also that nobody discussed is these outdoor structures. If there are strong winds, they will be flying all over the place. We have to educate the people. We have to explain that, because resilience is not only to face the water or the flooding. Resilience is to prepare for future events. That's what it means. It means to reduce the possibilities, to reduce the negative effects as much as we can. That is resilience, the definition. And therefore, we have to start thinking in that direction, and to have money for education in that direction. Not only that, is also in resilience, usually what happens is all the communication disappear. No more phones, no more TV, no more Wi-Fi's. There are other types of communication, the traditional documentation that we have to be prepared for that moment. And finally, one of the big issues that I think we have to be fair is NYCHA after school education. I think I'm 100%. I think it should be higher priority, that one, because this is the only way to reduce poverty in our community. And I think we have to create education, because the education is the only way to move forward in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Alita.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask for number 44 about the DCA inspectors, and is this appropriate? And the restaurants, that it be for all inspectors for any aspect of the open restaurant program, whether it's DOT or DOHMH or any of the fire department, any of that all be included, so that there's adequate inspectors. Because one of the things the DOT said was that they did not have a lot of inspectors on board for this. So we really need to have what is needed to maintain health and safety.
Yes, I think we need to clarify. The DOT needs additional inspectors for the, outdoor restaurant program. The Department of Health and Mental Hygiene needs to increase their number of inspectors for street vendors. Police department needs to increase inspections of truck enforcement and speeding ATVs along the avenues every evening. I think try to clarify that, but we'll go through and make sure that that's clear. I'm not sure what role. So DCA is now the Department of Consumer Affairs and Worker Protection.
Right. So I think, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm not sure what role they have in this now, because we don't really have sidewalk cafes.
It's not clear, because I don't think they formulated the rules for the restaurants yet, but I think they may have DCA looking at the sidewalk. I just think we should be inclusive and expansive, and you could even say DOT and all other inspectors for open restaurants, sidewalk cafes.
Alita, I hate to do this, but if you notice, especially here on the left-hand side, each of our requests has to go to one individual agency.
Oh, then maybe you just want to list
cross-agency requests without making a second request. So you would have, number 26 here, then number 27 would be to DOT, and then does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. And so maybe you just, I don't know if this is appropriate to add to the inspectors so that they do go to the relevant departments. It's just been a really significant and consistent issue with people talking about the open restaurant program, is the lack of enforcement, the lack of inspection, and it may or may not just be DOT. And I don't know if DCA or DOB or DOHMH, whatever roles they have, but just to make sure that it's all covered, because people have really objected to the lack of inspection and the lack of enforcement. And that's all that I wanted to comment on at this point.
So just doing a Google search, DCA does general vendors, street vendors, mobile food vendors, street fairs. They don't appear to have a role in the restaurants.
Then maybe you just want to say DOT and then see whether any of the other alphabet soup folks are inspecting DOB for structures, DOHMH for cleanliness, maybe sanitation for the rat issue. I mean, there are, I don't know if DOT is doing all of those or if they're sharing.
Yeah, DOT leads on all those, but they do bring in inspectors from and staff from other agencies to their site visits whenever they go out and make site visits for specific cases.
Hold on one second. So so for all of that, and I don't know if those inspectors are budgeted by the agencies or if they're under DOT's auspices for supervision, if the money comes out of DOT. I don't know, Will, you probably know this.
No,
way
it would come out of the other budgets, but right now under the temporary program, which is what we're still operating under, it's DOT led, and so DOT should likely be your primary request if you want inspectors and compliance for the at least currently temporary outdoor restaurant program. And then I think obviously it would port over for, and remember we're talking fiscal year 24, so we're looking at something that that no one expects us to know the future of what the program is going to look like, but to prioritize it to the current inspecting agency would probably make the most sense, and then it would obviously transfer over to whatever agency takes over for the permanent program.
Thank you for that analysis, Will, and thank you very much for Felice for either including it or considering it.
Yeah, I think it's included, but I'll just make sure it's clear, and then we can talk about the priorities.
Thank you.
Next is Judy.
I think I agree with what Marco was saying about that we should have something in the budget. We had a lot of flooding down at 62nd Street, and I know up at Holmes they had a lot of problems on that last really bad hurricane. And don't you think that we should be looking at the city doing something for looking at our district on the east side for protection during future storms?
So I think that's a good point that you both have made, and it's in the top 10. So it sounds like we should keep it in the top 10.
And then I just want to add your last ad, you had renovate Seabury Park. Didn't we also have, you told me today, 24 Sycamores Park?
Yeah, I think we have room to add that, and I would like to add that as well.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you for all the work on this, both you and Billy.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, so then if we can talk about whether these are our top priorities. I guess, Craig, I just want to double check. In installing crosstown bike lanes, use the same language that was in the resolution, the Transportation Committee resolution.
Yeah, that's what I would suggest, just because that's what we officially voted on. So we're on record with that.
Okay. Okay, so are there comments about the top 10 items? Do we want to change the order around? I think it sounds like we want to prioritize or put within the top 10 the projects for youth at the Isaac Center. And we talked about moving up the 19th precinct, although it's in the top 10.
Yeah, and last year the DYCD request for youth programming at the Isaac Center was our 6th priority in our expense budget. So it would just be staying in that as well.
Okay, so we have the fund needed repairs and upgrades at the Isaac houses and homes towers. Given the pretty significant increase in number of open work orders, I would keep that in the top 10. And maybe since we talk about fund the needed repairs, I mean, I don't know, Will, is item number 5 an expense item or a capital item? It kind of sounds expense-ish.
Item number 5 on the spreadsheet on the left.
Yeah.
That sounds expense. I'm not seeing it in the all right, I don't know if I increase the frequency of extermination services. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, it's right here. It's number 2 on our expense budget request last year.
Okay. So maybe, I guess, what's the best way of looking at this so we can talk about what the what should be the top 10 items and what we want to move up or leave the same?
Or if nobody has an opinion, we can leave it the same.
Okay, Rebecca?
Just me trying to move the meeting, sorry.
I mean, I think the best way to get through it quickly is maybe we just we do the capital, we look at the list. And if anyone has any ideas about moving some things around, we talk about it, we vote on that, then we move on to the expense and look at it in order. If anyone has any comments or suggestions about moving items, we do so and then vote on that. Then we do the continuing support, which should be brief, vote on that, and then lastly, look at the district needs statement itself and get a vote on that.
Yeah, so Will, with the comments in the spreadsheet, would that be, does that come up in looking at it? Like, is there a way to separate out the spreadsheet?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Just between the capital and the expense needs, just because I made some edits on that based on the comments that people made. So I think if we just look at what was in the district needs statement, it doesn't really reflect some of those changes.
Yeah, let me see if I can. If anybody knows Excel better than me and knows how to unhide columns. Found things. No, this may not. Yeah, that actually didn't help.
I mean, I think probably let's just, do you think that the first number 1 is the first of each number is capital? And the second, or does it alternate?
Yes, it has consistently at least been that row number 2 and 4 and 6 are all the same. And rows like 3, 5, 7 are all expense. So
let me see if I can do that quickly. Let me try.
And you just email me the link to it. Maybe. Oh. Yeah, I didn't fix it.
Well, I have this spreadsheet open, so maybe if you open the other, we can go through it.
What would you like me to do?
Sorry, open the district need statement list. We
Just
can,
have that up on the.
yeah.
Oh, was it convenient to just have both of them up on the screen at the same time previously?
You know, sure.
I mean, it's really up to you. Also,
Sorry, I'm a little fatigued from the prior conversation.
Can we just get a number of how many capital expenses we had requests last year, and how many capital and how many
there were
expense?
18, and there were continuing support. There were 36. I'm sorry, there are 30 expense. I'm also going.
Okay, I think I did the capital, and I'm going to send it to you.
Okay.
And then I'll do the expense.
You're emailing us?
And
yeah.
And I would, depending on what folks think, I would take out increase the number of workers to inspect, repair, and preserve DOT's infrastructure, both bridges and roads, as well as sidewalk repairs. If we want to focus on pedestrian safety, then I think there are other things that I would recommend for pedestrian safety. Because are we saying that our roads, bridges, and sidewalks are in poor condition, and that's what's causing pedestrian safety issues, as opposed to people are getting hit by cars and bicycles?
Right.
I think we're talking about things like trip and fall and such, different from pedestrian safety in the way that we talk about broader policies. I think this is just regular maintenance and the things that people don't generally think about, but are state of good repair type of things.
Okay. Do we know that that's an issue? Like, is it? I mean, I guess at item number 38, it's not a top priority, but do we want to replace it with something else? Or we can leave it in. That's a question.
If no one objects, I would still just leave it in. We can talk more about it and consider next year, maybe not, and at which point we'd be able to have a fuller discussion. I'm just thinking how Chuck may have some feelings about that also, because I think that's something that he had in there for a while.
Okay.
All right, I can share my screen for the capital. You should be, is that highlighted now?
Yeah, that's good.
This is just the capital. Thank you, Rebecca, for doing that. So here is our current list of just the capital requests.
Okay, so we have are these what we want to be our top 10? Do we want to make like bike lanes a higher priority? The Rupert Park and John Jay Park, I think, moved to continuing support. And we talked about wanting to resurface the Roosevelt Island Bridge. Does that become a higher, put in here in a higher priority? Like, what are folks' thoughts on that?
Judy, I will try to put this in the chat.
Oh, and just what I have as add at the end of the spreadsheet was just comments on what people had talked about wanting to include that weren't in our list. So that's what the items that we kind of need to talk about where they fit in. So Craig, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I was just trying to formulate an answer to your question. I mean, I think both of those just based on, so the Roosevelt Island Bridge repaving, I know that was handled through the Roosevelt Island Committee, and I think that has been a top priority for them. So, I mean, I wouldn't object to that being the importance of that being increased. And I think the protected bike lanes, we passed that as a full board last month, 35-3, if I'm not mistaken. So I know that people consider that to be important, those who are supportive of it. There are many who consider it to be a critical issue. So that's fine with me. I'm not trying to impose that on others and try to propel that over anything else, but that's just the sense that I have.
Now, since they're both related to bicycle safety, could you put that as one item so that it could fit in the top 10? Or I guess these are two really important issues, so it's not really fair to merge them together.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that because I wouldn't want to take away from Roosevelt Island Committee's request. And that I think that is a different issue in many respects.
Okay. Rebecca?
Yeah, I think we have to separate them, especially because we know how they respond to our requests every year. And if we lump too much in one, they're probably just going to say, like, we need to either study to provide funding or, like, we're already funding this or something. So we need to separate items as clearly as possible.
Yeah, and for the way that we receive training from DCP on filling these out, they often say it's better to have more requests with specific locations or whatever than it is to have generalized requests that have multiple locations or multiple whatever targets.
Yeah, and I think the reality is that if I were prioritizing one over the other, I think if we are following up on, I guess, Will's perspective and what he's heard, if the protected bike lane language is too generalized, because right now it was essentially meant to be a kick in the butt to DOT to come up with proposals, and they may not have any immediately, is it worth putting that as a higher priority if it's not specific enough? And if we were to get to a point where we had a more specific request down the line, we maybe next year put that one in there. I don't know.
Which one?
Or protected bike lanes.
Put it in next year.
If we were trying to put that higher on the list as a higher priority, if this is too general for it to be really taken seriously, then it may not be worth investing or putting political capital behind in this document.
Okay, what has DOT said about paving over the Roosevelt Island Bridge? Because I know that becomes a weight issue.
I'm trying to remember. I thought that there was an engineering solution that they had to it.
Okay.
Or that they had to be able to solve it.
Okay, Rebecca and then Judy.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think the other purpose of this document, as Will kind of pointed out to earlier, is it serves as kind of a summary of what we want and what our community board wants. So even if something like the Roosevelt Island stuff, we don't think they'll necessarily fund, or if it's complicated, if it's something we know the community really wants, I think there is a value of keeping it on this list as an individual item, because I mean, what's useful about these documents as well is it shows our it shows every year what we ask for, and it leaves a record of how long we've wanted funding for something in the future.
Okay.
Yeah. And then,
So go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then when it relates to protected bike lanes, and maybe I'm off base here, but if DOT considers that to be a departmental and administration priority item, so it's on people's radar screen. So if that matters, I don't know if it's as important for us to highlight that in here, because we know that it's such an important priority that's already being focused on elsewhere. Whereas Roosevelt Island is a hyper-local issue that needs that attention.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone agrees with me. That's just me thinking out loud here.
So under that logic, you keep the bike lanes within the top 10, but the Roosevelt Island street resurfacing could be later on.
No, the other way around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that Roosevelt Island deserves the spotlight from this list, whereas protected bike lanes, if DOT is actively working on them anyway, and we don't necessarily need to say we want funding for this for them to do it. That if they're interested in doing it, they're going to, and they've heard us speak in a resolution, they're going to try to achieve that based on how they're prioritizing putting in bike lanes as a priority policy initiative.
Okay, so so then of the top 10, so we have, okay, so we have as item number 10 Rupert Park, but Rupert Park gets moved to continuing support because we have funding for it. So should we make item number 9 Roosevelt Island Bridge, and item number 10 Rupert Park, bike lanes? Craig and then Judy.
I'm comfortable with that, I think.
Okay, and then what's the correct phrasing for Roosevelt Island?
So wait, what number is it again? So I could.
We would make it number 10 or
Okay.
number 9, and the bike lanes number 10.
Okay, I would say for Roosevelt Island, I think it's provide funding to resurface, and I guess resurface the Roosevelt Island Bridge bike lane.
Now, all right, there is a bike lane on the bridge because they just have that. Is right. It's just a little section that they've sectioned off to say that this is the bike lane.
I'm going to see if I can find the resolution.
Okay, because I have biked over it. I'm just trying to picture it. Okay. And so, and then Judy, you wanted to add something?
No, I wanted to make a resolution and speak to it.
Okay.
I'd like to make a resolution based on these 2 changes that Craig just made to the list, putting the bridge in the bike lanes 10, bridge 9, that we approve these 10 items as our list for this year. And then next year we can change if we want. Is there a second?
Judy, are you saying that you would not include anything after 10?
I can't hear you, Will.
Are you saying you would not include anything after 10?
Oh, I thought Felice was asking for the first 10 items. Otherwise, I would include the whole list with the correction of the park at the end. Adding 24 Sycamores Park to Seabury.
Okay, and then we would,
That would be my motion, but I don't see anyone seconding it.
There's a second from Rebecca. That
Okay,
would be to take all of the capital requests
right,
as discussed.
correct.
okay,
No,
so
it's-
the resolution is to take the capital request as presented?
Correct. Well, as we discussed, I have to go back to the chat again to read, but we had the bridge is 9 and the bike lanes is 10. I don't know if that's what was presented original.
Okay, because that includes.
We added the park at the end, so it's not as presented as per our discussions tonight.
Right. Okay. Craig? Do we have a second on the motion?
I think I just left my hand up. I forgot to lower it before.
Yeah, there
Okay.
was a second from Rebecca, but somebody can call the question. Gail?
Call the question.
I see a second from Judy. I'm gonna lower the hands. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen too. Make it a little bit easier on all of us.
Okay, so if there are any, so we're voting on the top 10 list.
The whole capital,
The whole
Yes.
capital request, okay,
as discussed.
as discussed. And are there, Russell, do you want to add something?
Russell just joined, so he may.
Okay. So is there anyone voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause? Russell?
Yeah. Russell, your service is really bad and we can't hear you.
Russell, do you want to text me what you're saying? We can't hear.
So I just rejoined, so I didn't really hear the substance of what it is. So if there's a way to just, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're much better now.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Russell, we can hear you.
We were able to hear you.
I think his concern is because he didn't hear, he doesn't know what we're voting on. I think we can just not include him in this vote count without him abstaining or no. And then that solves that problem.
Okay. So is anyone voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause?
I'm not seeing anyone, and I'm just going to really quickly read the names because I did see a couple people leave. So this is Felice, Rebecca Dangor, Gail Barron, Alita Camp, Billy Freeland, Ed Hartzog, Elizabeth Ashby, Judy Schneider, Marco Tamayo, Andrea Coleman, and Sherry Weiner, and Craig Later.
Okay. Okay, so now do we want to go look at the next set of items on the capital list?
That was all the capital, so we're just looking at expense now.
Okay.
Yeah. So Let me pull that up. I have that. I also put it in the chat right now.
So we need to add in increased police officer foot patrol, the Team 360 initiative at the libraries, and funding the establishment of a parking placard system, which I'm not sure is capital or expense. Craig?
I apologize, but I just found in minutes from a Roosevelt Island committee meeting from July 2021, where it stated that funding was received through Ben Kalos's office for the resurfacing of the bike lane on the bridge. So I don't know if that's still the case or if we still want to include it until it actually is done. Construction was projected for spring of 22, but to my knowledge, I don't think it's happened yet, but I have a few concerns that we're putting something in there that is outdated.
It would just be continuing
If you
support.
provided $5,000 or $10,000, I'm not sure that would be enough money to fully fund paving it. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Rebecca.
I think it's a valid point, and we can leave it as is and just make sure to ask the co-chairs of the Roosevelt Island Committee for an update when we actually vote on the capital expenses during the meeting.
Yeah.
So that covers both bases.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I just wanted to make sure that everyone had that piece of information and it didn't catch anyone by surprise.
Okay.
And then just while you have me unmuted, in regards to a parking placard program, yeah, I'm not entirely clear if that is capital or not. Only because it could involve putting in new technology in a sense, but I'm not sure if that's where that lies.
So I think we may have room to put it in both capital and expense as really two issues, one to kind of better manage the issuance and enforcement of parking placards, and the other to have the system to handle it. What does everyone think about that?
And remember, this is something that the de Blasio administration said they were going to fund, and then the project kept being delayed. And now I don't know with the new administration if it's a priority or not.
Okay, so we'll put it as an expense and as a capital item.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Because in a way, there are two different issues. Even if there's the development of a new system, we don't want it to take away from the enforcement that's needed now.
Which agency would you send that to?
It's DOT. Right?
Not NYPD.
Aren't they the ones responsible for it?
It's DOT, but I thought, is it traffic enforcement, which is NYPD that is doing the placard enforcement on the streets?
That's what I thought.
Okay. So NYPD for enforcement and DOT for the better management system?
Right, for the time being. I think there have been discussions as to whether we want and whether the city should transfer responsibility of placard enforcement to a DOT unit, but right now I don't believe that's the policy. So that would be down the road.
Okay. We have on here increased funding to ensure all NYCHA community and senior centers remain open. Is that still an issue?
So Andrea?
The centers are open, so that the senior centers are open, so, or community centers. They're running full throttle, so That's
Okay, so we can take out item number 24. I think that was a COVID related thing.
Mhm.
Rebecca, your hand up.
Yeah, the only question I have that was also COVID related, oh no, my spreadsheet got messed up. There was something else that had a line that COVID-19, I think it was for like senior food services and stuff like that. It had a line about COVID-19 has highlighted the effects of food insecurity, and you must continue to be addressed. I don't know if we want to keep that line or if we want to just say that, you know, if we can get rid of it, because yes, COVID highlighted it, but I don't want us to make it sound like it's still related to COVID, because the need is there regardless of the pandemic.
That's true. And in fact, I think with inflation, food insecurity is kind of expanded. What line item is that?
It is 8. I think,
Okay.
yeah, we got rid of that because we don't want, they're very, they look for any reason to say no.
Rebecca, it is a result of COVID. So you don't have to say with ongoing COVID, but as a result of COVID, food insecurity has skyrocketed. 46% increase with kids alone who are food insecure. So it was an exacerbation that was created because of COVID. It was a problem before, but it's a much greater problem now. So I don't think that we should eliminate the COVID factor because it's really real.
Well, then I think we need to at least add inflation and make sure the language is clear that it's
inflation is
adding.
definitely a factor, not a question at all. But it's not the sole factor.
Okay, so Will, could you make that text?
All right, how would you like me to do that? Let's
move the photos.
What's the character count again?
For here, it's fine. These are the ones that they don't change. This, it should be fine. It's been a while since
Is
I've looked
it
at
just for seniors or?
I think it is for much more than just seniors, and I don't know where we want to put that in, but New Yorkers alone of all ages have become really food insecure, particularly as a partial result of COVID.
Is it
I'm looking for what I sent to you, Felice. I'm sorry. I can find this.
Is it the case that this went to DFTA, and that's the reason why it's specifically mentioning seniors?
Well, I mean, I think there are services that are specific for seniors that are needed, but when it comes to food insecurity, it covers a wide swath of New Yorkers, not just seniors.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. Yeah, so the agency who we were requesting to have increased funding for this program was DFTA, and that's the Department for the Aging. So there may need to be a different request that is a broader request to fund city meals and other programs that have beyond just the senior age range.
Correct, because like not having direct funding, but wanting the city to increase funding, particularly like on the Upper East Side for our food pantries and our soup kitchens. And interestingly, just to give you all a quick read, according to City Harvest, 1.5 million New Yorkers of all ages experience food insecurity. Visits to New York City pantries and soup kitchens is up 69% since 2019. There's a 46% increase in children being hungry since COVID. And right now we have 1 in 4, or 462,000 children in New York City who are food insecure. So it is a problem.
And that's great language, and I added it to the text.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to see where we could add in the request for increased funding for food pantries and other food services. What would that go under, Will?
I'm just trying to think the same thing. Yeah, I think of it as a councilmanic grant to like city meals, and that's not the helpful thing. It doesn't hit the same bill, but DYCD does funding for, you know, after school meals and stuff like that too. Rebecca, you know?
Well, I was thinking, I think we can try and figure out what the appropriate agency would be. And if it turns out that you're right, then I think we can just add it to the district needs statement.
It could be HRA.
It is in the text, but they
Yeah.
need to support it. It's just not a specific line item.
Okay.
I would say maybe HRA would be your best because they administer SNAP.
Okay, so if we added that, would we make it item number 11? Would we have it in the top 10?
What was the other one?
Like,
That was 8. So could it just be 9 or make it 11? Yeah.
well, like, could we, I mean, I know we're doing tree pruners. I mean, that does become a safety issue if it lands on someone's head, as has happened before. What is there an item that we could move down? Composting, year-round.
Rebecca has her hand up.
No, go ahead.
I'm fine with moving other items around, but one of the things we agreed to at the last meeting was to make sure to keep the community board funding request in the top 10, and I do not want to see that fall below the top 10.
I think that is a great point. And maybe we should move it up so that it's not item number 10, but maybe a higher number.
Yeah, I agree. But that's my only concern, because if we added it as number 9, the community board would move out of our top 10.
So I guess, is there an item that we would want to move down? You know, the mayor, summer youth employment programs is critically important. The mayor fully funded it this year. Since he did fund it, do we move that down?
Sorry, which item?
Line 3. I mean, it's a critically important issue since it has been fully funded. I'm just wondering if that's something that can move down a little.
Yeah, I think it can, because also that was, we discussed this the last time we did the district needs statement. That was a big concern at the time. So that's why, I mean, Tricia also advocated tirelessly to include that in our top 3. So I think the situation is different now, but that's kind of why it was so high up.
I agree with that.
No, and I do think it's critically important. So what about number 7? Associate parks and rec workers. Move that down and put the request for funding in there. You know, make item number 7 item number 11, and put in as item number 7 the request for the additional funding for after school meals or funding for food pantries and kitchens. What do folks think about that?
That works for me.
Judy, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I can't read this. If you put this in the chat, Will, I'm not seeing it. What is
It
line,
was in the chat.
what's line 3? If you can
Item-
please tell us what they are, Felice, as you discuss them.
Sure. So item number 1 is funding for 3K and pre-K seats. Item number 2 is increased frequency of extermination services in apartments and more rat traps at NYCHA housing. Item number 3 is increased funding for youth programs and summer youth employment programs. Item number 4 is increased funding for rodent extermination on city streets, and I added and in the parks. Item number 5, increased recycling program, including solid waste, enhanced funding for composting and organics collection. Item number 6, provide additional funding for youth services at the Isaac Center and programs for youth at Holmes Towers and Isaac Houses. Item number 7, preserve funding for year-round workers and associate parks and rec workers at New York City Parks and Recreation. Item number 8, increase funding for services for older adults, including personal and home care, transportation services, Meals on Wheels, etc. Item number 9, additional roving park maintenance staff, tree pruners, and tree climbers to address critical public safety issues. And item number 10, increased funding for community boards to support additional land use planning efforts and other important community needs.
You have 2 items there for extermination. What's the difference?
One's at NYCHA, one's in the streets and parks.
Couldn't we just make that all one item?
NYCHA's funding is separate. Remember, you have to make them
Oh,
separate
okay.
agencies.
And then
We had 2 parks then, so maybe,
you're taking out you suggested taking out park staffing.
I wonder, can you put
Was
these-
the tree pruners are part of the park staff? I would leave supporting staffing for parks versus one specific unit that parks does, such as tree pruning.
okay, so we could combine 7 and
Yeah,
9.
yeah,
and
maybe
say-
you could combine them.
Okay, so we'll combine 9 into item number 7, and then we'll add the request for increased funding for food pantries and the like.
Mhm. After school, or, lunching meals, after school meals for kids too. I'll go in that.
Okay, so that becomes item 9 and item 7 and 9 for parks get combined. Okay. So, do we want to vote on these as the, Gail, your hands up, Gail, Judy, and Rebecca?
Oh, I meant to lower my hand, sorry.
I think Rebecca's the only one who still has her hand up.
Yeah, it's just a clarifying point, and my understanding was the reason we were requesting more funding for community boards was not actually about the land use planning effort, because that comes from, the grant from the council members. We need more funding for our office and for our staff. And I thought that's what we were voting on, and that's why we were including it in the top 10. I'm happy to leave the land use part there, but really we need more money to be able to maintain our office and pay our people fairly. And I thought that's what we were asking for.
Okay, I will make that change. Do we also include, as a separate line item, additional funding for land use planning efforts, or or incorporate that as an in addition? Judy?
Rebecca? Yep.
Or Rebecca?
Judy, your hand's up.
Maybe you want to call on Russell before I make my comment.
Russell?
Yeah, I would say do both together. It seems to me ultimately you're talking about, at the end of the day, it's funding a community board. So,
Yeah,
so I think to include them both together makes sense.
I agree with Russell. I think that's correct. And I would like to call the question.
Okay, is there a second?
Sorry, this should actually be a motion to
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
the expense as discussed.
As corrected, as discussed and corrected.
Okay.
That's seconded by Rebecca.
Does anyone vote no, abstain, or not voting for cause?
Technically, we need a,
Oh, we need a second.
or
No,
we
Judy
need
seconded.
someone to call the question, but
I called a question.
Okay. Is anyone voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause?
I'm
Okay,
not seeing
so
any, and I'll read the names really quickly because I did see a couple people come and go. Elise, Russell, Gail, Judy, Rebecca Dengor, Alita, Billy, Craig, Ed, Marco, and Sophia.
Okay.
Do you want me to put up a narrative? So,
Yes.
okay.
I am going to step away for just a minute while you put that up.
So here is the narrative changes that Elise and Billy have discussed. Let me put this in the chat. It'll take me a couple seconds.
We still need to vote on the continuing support.
Isn't that, we'll just call that part of the capital vote. No, please.
I mean, we discussed it at length at the last meeting, but I don't think we actually ever voted on it, so.
Are there going to be any changes to it? Because if not, maybe we just vote on it in the meantime.
We talked about changes.
Got it.
Okay. Sorry
Judy,
about
you're
that.
unmuted.
Yes, move to approve continuing support as discussed.
Rebecca seconds.
Call the question.
Rebecca, is that you saying call the question? Wonderful. Is there a second? Gail, you're unmuted.
I was seconding it.
Ah, beautiful. All right, if you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause on the continued support, please raise your hand. It is still the same members that I just previously read. And no one is changing their hands up, so that can go down as unanimous as well. Continued support approved. And in the chat will be the document that I put on the screen for a moment, but is going back on the screen now. That is the narrative changes in the district needs state and places back. So
Yes. So we edited and updated the document based on the feedback that we got from everybody. I put a general note at the top because I just need to go back and be consistent. We talk about community board, the board, CB8M. I think we're not consistent in how it's used. And then I think in some places refer to community district 8, and some places we refer to community board 8. And I think we just need to be consistent in that. We tried to update the data where available. Some of the things I've highlighted, I'm just not sure it still makes sense. Some of it's just dated, like the 1999 median household income in the district. Is that really still relevant? And do we need to include it? Prosperous economic times and a major building boom that began during the 1990s. Again, I'm not sure that it's still relevant. So that's kind of what I've highlighted. And then when we get down and some of the affordable housing stuff, that data also, I think some of those statistics are dated and need to be updated. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on that. If you want an opportunity to review it, or I can talk through some of the changes. The text changes are all things that we received from the committees. At the last meeting, we talked about trying to add stats where possible. And so I tried to include that to the extent that I could find relevant statistics. So I don't know if anyone has any comments or feedback. You want to roll through this, if you want a moment to just kind of read it. Rebecca?
Yeah, at some point, I think my first year, I went through the district needs statement and changed a lot of the previous confusion between community board 8, community district 8. I would say 90% of the time for this document, we refer to the community district 8, if that's helpful.
Okay. When is it appropriate to refer to community district 8 as opposed to community board 8?
Basically, community board 8, as we know, like represents the district. So if we're talking about funding needs for the area, we refer to it as the district. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to help you edit those. But I would say it's almost always going to be community district 8 for this document.
Okay, so community district is the description. Community board would be the community board supporting it.
Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
Okay.
We are the board and the district is the geographic area.
Okay, thank you. Russell?
Yeah, so I think on the highlighted area, I don't think it's necessary to keep the first sentence about the, I think your point about the 1990s is right, but I do think we should keep the second sentence about the growth of the district and, leading into the fact that we're the most densely populated, area in the city. So, I mean, maybe we just, have it say our district continues to grow at a, we don't even need to care. I mean, our district continues to grow and our community is among the most densely populated in the entire city and country. I mean, to me, that makes the point. And then on the median household income, I agree, 99 is sort of a long way away. I would say, can we just sort of like agree to put in whatever the most recent reliable number we can find is, and if we can't find anything better than 99, just take it out.
Okay. All right. And you want to scroll down? Okay, so here's changes to Parks and Open Space. Judy, I think you read this. Judy, your hands up.
Yeah, I have. We went through, you and I made the changes. We went through the parks part. So it's okay with me.
Okay. And we have Carl Schurz Park as well. So Andrew Haswell Phase Green, Seabury Park, 24 Sycamore Playground, and Carl Schurz. Should we leave it?
And Seabury now.
Yeah, Seabury, 24 Sycamore, and Carl Schurz. I'm not sure if we don't have Carl Schurz listed or whether we should take it out or not. I think Julie Menon got in funding for for some repavement at Carl Schurz.
So then why don't we take it out?
Yeah.
If we can check on it tomorrow if we need to. If we approve the resolution, we can always stick it back.
Okay. All right. Let's go on.
No comments on schools.
So these are the stats. Folks want to take a look at it. So I say here, there's a need for additional 3K seats in the district. We can scroll down a little. I'm not sure to what extent we talk about the need for building. Right, so we don't really talk about additional schools.
Well, those are the 3 pressing needs, and then we move into the very sector by sector specific.
Okay.
So first we'll go into healthcare and human services. We always select other instead of one of the things, and we say all of the above because this is a vestige of Barbara Chalky, that we couldn't pick one thing that was the most important. We always needed to pick all the above because they're all very important. And so we would then, state our case. These were the needs for healthcare and facilities.
And we talked to the last meeting about emphasizing the need for safe haven.
So it's been added in.
Here's the
Also
stats that Gail provided on food insecurity.
And so that's all the changes there to that section.
Oh, can you scroll up just a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, no, I thought the housing was in this section.
No, that's in a different section.
Okay.
That's in housing and infrastructure, housing and economic development. Then now is our education section. This is for the USCD, DOE. So again, we chose all the above. Changes to early childhood, 3K, etc. Somebody raise their hand and stop me if you want me to stop scrolling.
And so I just want to point this out because I want to make sure folks agree with this. So I said changes to high school admission policies have resulted in a substantial decrease in district high school offers to students who reside in the district. The board supports a diverse and inclusive district, and to meet the demand for high-performing schools supports the construction of new middle and high schools in the district. That's kind of a bit of a change. I want to make sure folks agree to it. I did find an article that talked about the change in the number of students admitted, but I just want to make sure folks want to say this. Judy?
Judy, you're muted.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, they've changed the way students get admitted to high schools from when I was education chair a number of years ago. I think the system is very poor, but when Barry was chair, which goes back a lot of years, that's when he worked on getting Elro built, which was supposed to have a certain number of students from our community district to be to go to that school. That is no longer true. There is no preference given to community district aid students at Elro, and it's all based on your grades and what lottery number you get. So yes, I definitely think we need certainly a high school in this district that our students could attend. So I agree with that comment strongly.
Okay, Russell?
This is minor. I would just add a comma after diverse and inclusive school district.
Okay.
That's all.
Rebecca.
Would it be possible for, because I know you guys have to get this already before the meeting tomorrow, to add a stipulation to what we vote on tonight and tomorrow that any approval pending all copy edit changes or something.
I think
Okay.
that's self-explanatory, but yeah.
What?
So I think that's easy. Russell?
Well, you're talking about edits, but not changing the content. Is
Yeah,
that what
like
you're saying,
missing
Rebecca?
commas,
Yeah, in that case, I
missing
think it's
commas.
fine. I'm happy to proceed on that basis.
Mhm.
That sounds,
Okay.
and I agree, that sounds good to me.
So we move to public safety.
Yeah.
Again, all the above. Here is the new language here. Police, you put this in, I believe.
Yes, and so we prioritized repairs to the 19th precinct. I think I need to add the text in there about what we talked about addressing. They said they were going to do an assessment. The city's response to this last year was they were going to do an assessment of the building needs, and we need to say, put in here language that just says, and what have you done? And then we talked about the need for increased enforcement efforts, police enforcement. So we're concerned about the rise of violent crimes in the district. The issue of public safety was rated a top priority in a survey of community residents. The survey was done last year. There's been a cutback in the presence of police. Language needs to be fixed. Police officers on the streets. The board strongly supports an increase in community policing in our neighborhoods and in our parks. We're concerned about the increased number of homelessness in the neighborhoods and in our parks. Homelessness in the community. We continue to be concerned about bike enforcement and the number of scams and fraud against elderly and vulnerable, which had been in there before. And we'd like to see an increase in street vending enforcement. I don't know if there are any thoughts or comments on that.
Russell?
Russell?
I think he just had his hand up.
I think my hand is still up from before.
Okay.
Thank you. I think
But what's on now is I'm just looking at the core infrastructure. It's not the public safety. Yeah, okay, got it.
I thought we were moving on. Marco, go ahead. You have your hand up.
Oh, thank you. I think I appreciate that you put a lot of efforts in the enforcement of the street vendors. This is a nightmare, and I think this is a very good decision, very good move. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Rebecca?
I just want to say we did have a Health, Seniors, and Social Services Committee meeting this month where we had a representative from the 19th precinct come. And I think this, while it was not a heavily attended meeting, we heard the same exact things that we did last year. So I think it's good to go.
Okay, thanks.
Moving on to infrastructure, city services, and resiliency. There are a lot of changes here, it looks like.
Yeah, because we referred to a 2012, and actually, it's not that there's so many changes here. It's that when I dropped it all in, I didn't hit accept track changes, and I couldn't figure out exactly what I had changed. So it looks like there's more changes here than there was. I apologize for that. The biggest change really is that we talked about a 2012 community board resolution on the Delaware Aqueduct bypass. The project's in process. It was dated information, and so I tried to just update that. I think that's really the biggest change, and then some additional edits from Billy in here.
Okay. If anybody raises their hand and wants to speak up on any of these issues as I scroll, moving forward. The housing, economic development, and land use.
So the need for land use is new language from Anthony. I think just clarifies the request. And then the crossed out is what was taken out. And just, I think just rewrote it and clarified it.
For housing.
The need for housing, I wasn't sure if some of this information was dated. And we talked to, because I think we'd all be thrilled if we had median rent at $2,300 a month.
In 2016, yeah.
So we can leave it in. You can, pending updates. I didn't have the updated information.
Rent data is always a little behind, so it may not be as old as you think. It's old vis-a-vis like what the most reasonable available statistic is.
I mean, I still think there's probably a high percentage of rent burdened.
Yeah. Need for NYCHA housing.
And then I found the NYCHA metrics. So I put the updated metrics to add some statistics on why we needed increased investment in NYCHA housing. And I added Sandrea's request for the services for youth and adolescents.
Nothing for economic development, transportation. So we just
I
had a
think-
typo.
Yeah, and Billy and Craig were fine with what they wrote last year.
Okay. Any comments on transportation?
And we added.
And then yes, they added the bus stop.
Should that be? Is that appropriate to be in the text, or should that be a specific line item?
Not really a budget request.
It should be a specific budget request.
No, it is not a budget request.
Should it be?
No, I'm saying like finding a post to put into the ground is not a budget request.
Okay, got it.
It's a policy decision.
Okay.
Unless Craig wants to speak up otherwise. Parks, cultural facilities, and other community facilities. This is the last section. Craig, go ahead.
So technically, if a select bus service stop were to be added right now, it would require electrical work because you would have to put in the ticket vending machines at the stations. So there would be a capital component to it. Unless such time occurred where they changed how SBS's worked and shifted it all to Omni.
Well, they're about to do that.
Well, they're about to do that, but it's unclear as to whether they're going to still require up until the time where MetroCard is decommissioned, that won't be the case. And it's unclear if how they're going to continue with SBS, if it's going to be solely Omni, if there's going to be a cash option.
So Craig, are you saying you would like it to be phrased as a budget request as well?
It may very well.
From earlier.
Yeah, it may very well necessitate that as I think through it. Since this was a last minute addition to it, I hadn't really thought through whether it was budget or capital or expense, but you can make that argument.
I don't think that the MTA or DOT has ever made the argument to us that the reason that they didn't put a station back in there is budget.
Okay.
Right, like they've told us basically that it's a policy decision, that it's too close to other stops, and they don't want to put it in.
Yes, that is true. But part of the reason why, when they last spoke to us about it, and they said that it will possibly happen after X amount of time. They were talking about after the Manhattan bus redesign project. Partly is because of the MetroCard to Omni conversion issue and the lack of machines that they have to be able to install it on a near-term basis.
Okay, so I think we have room to add it in. There's a number of things that got dropped off because they had already been funded. So I think we can add this in without taking anything out and put it in as a budget request.
Okay, that's fine.
Next, you have Marco, then Rebecca.
Thank you. I think we don't need any more these electrical or places to obtain the ticket before we go inside of the SDS buses. I'm seeing all the buses, you can either have a ticket or you can pay it. That's what I'm seeing frequently everywhere. So in this case, it won't be necessary to have any infrastructure on the sidewalk. It will come and just pay inside of the bus. And sometimes also I'm seeing that people, the machines are broken. People go inside and I pay also inside of in the bus. Basically, they pay with a car. That's what I'm seeing. So I don't think it's a big issue right now to have a new stop on 72nd, and think that we're gonna need any other expenses except probably the bus stop shelter. I think that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Rebecca?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with Will about maybe not needing to include it. That being said, since we already voted on it, can we task like Craig to, if he wants to include it as a budget item request, make like a friendly amendment or something to the district, to the budget capital and expense request, so that we can just continue to focus on the district needs statement for the vote?
Russell?
Yeah, I think we should include it because I think to the extent that there's any question, it's sort of better to include it and let them tell us that there's no cost to it, and that's great. But to the extent that there are costs, and it's possible there are costs that apart from the Omni terminals or apart from things that we're thinking of, essentially the request is do whatever needs to be done in the government or budgetarily or what have you to achieve this. And so, if there end up being budgetary aspects of it, I think part and parcel of our request is that they, spend the money that they need to spend. So I'm inclined to, it's not like we only want it if they don't have to spend money on it. So I think we should just include it.
So
I just meant more, I don't know if we can re-vote to include it.
Can we, so do we need oh, because people have left?
I mean, I think it's easy. Even in your report, you can probably say, when discussing the district needs statement, we discussed this item and we would like to add it or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm fine with whatever everyone thinks is best.
Okay. Moving on.
Felice, we can always, when we discuss this at the full board, we can always put a motion on the floor to amend the resolution and add it at that time. Craig can do that.
I think that's
I think that's the quickest way to do it.
Okay.
And also to answer a question you asked early in the evening, continuing service doesn't need any order.
What?
You
Community
asked,
support
we need,
doesn't need to be ranked.
Oh, okay, got it.
yeah, doesn't need to be in any order.
Okay.
Okay, so parks, cultural, and other community facilities is the last section. Any comments, please, on the changes?
I just noticed I'm a little inconsistent in the parks that we say that we need to work on, so I'll just make sure that we're consistent throughout.
Rebecca, you have your hand up.
I move to approve the district needs statement with the stipulation that we can still copy edit for clarification, or yeah, for grammar and clarification purposes without changing any of the content.
Second.
Judy, yeah.
Okay, is there motion to?
I call the question.
Okay.
Judy seconds.
Judy seconds.
All right, so I'm gonna lower all the hands. If you're voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause on the district needs statement portion, as Rebecca stated. And it looks like it's the same folks from the last vote. Police Scale, Rebecca Dingor, Russell, Alita, Billy, Craig, Ed, Judy, Marco, and Sandra.
Okay, and now continuing support, or did we go through that?
We already did that.
Okay. So is there, Rebecca?
Oh, sorry, keep going. I was going to have a timely motion, but I think you wanted to say new or old business or something.
I was going to ask if anyone had a motion to adjourn.
I make that motion.
30 seconds.
Okay, great. Thank you.